All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are live from council chambers. And before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and council will take direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation, and please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid.
Great. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order and begin with land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And we'll transition to a roll call. I see Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Sohi is away. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to do that?
Yeah, I'll move adoption of the March 10th City Councilor non-regular agenda. Second.
Great. And that's just with the addition of 5.8, Edmonton Transit Services Advisory Board, annual report and work plan.
Thank you. I hadn't had the changes.
No problem. Great. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you,
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe and
Yes.
Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Protocol items, none that I'm aware of, which means we can move on to a selection of items for debate. Just for expediency, I will select all of the items on our agenda today. Okay, excellent. So that means there are no reports that have not been selected. Request to speak. I do see we have one. Just to the clerk, I'm understanding that we're hearing from the chairs of each of the committees. Is this in addition to?
That would be in addition, yes.
Okay.
I'll move that City Council hear from the following speaker on item 5.1, David Ridley from the Edmonton Heritage Council.
Oops, second.
Just to the clerk. Okay. I see Councillor Tang on the board.
Madam Clerk, can you clarify what we typically do as City Council when it comes to speakers?
It is not usually your practice to hear from speakers, but of course it is your decision.
Right, and my personal preference, appreciate that you made it all the way here in person. You're more than welcome to share what you have to say in writing, and just so that we can keep consistent with the practice we typically do on speakers, because given that this is not a committee. Sorry, I'm speaking to you. That's me.
I could withdraw the motion.
That'd be great. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. And yeah, recognizing that this is a city council meeting as opposed to a committee setting, it is practice to not hear from speakers, but would welcome any additional correspondence or thoughts to be sent over our way or to our inboxes to help inform the conversation. So thank you for that. And requests for specific time on the agenda, we have none. Voting on bylaws not selected for debate, none. Which means we can move on to our public reports. And first up on the agenda is 5.1, the Edmonton Historical Board. And I believe we have Steve Rees joining us online.
Before we start, could you mind if I just give a brief overview
Oh,
of
for sure.
how the day will go?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the purpose of today's meeting is to hear from the council committees, and each chair or co-chair will present their 2024 annual report, information about administrative support and expenses provided to the committee, and their 2025 work plan. We have today available for questions the Civic Agencies team from the Office of the City Clerk, as well as representatives from the branches that provide administrative support to each committee. Those committees that require council approval for subcommittees have included that in the recommendation in the report and provided details on the number of subcommittees requested and the work they will do. And if there are no process questions on how the day will proceed, then yes, let's move on to the Edmonton Historical Board.
Excellent. Not seeing any process questions around the table. We can move on to the Edmonton Historical Board. Hi, Steve. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you so much for joining us today. So we will turn it over to you, and then we'll see if anyone has any questions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable city councilors. My name is Steve Rees, and I'm the chair of the Edmonton Historical Board. And on behalf of the board, I'm pleased to present our 2024 annual report. Our EHB coordinator, Mitchell Norenberg, has provided you with the written report, and included in the report, you'll find a summary of this past year's activities of the board and our work to deliver our mandate to promote and advocate for the preservation of Edmonton's heritage. My presentation will just provide you with a summary of the report and our work plan going forward. There will be some time for questions following my presentation. I am very proud of being the chair of the Edmonton Historical Board and fortunate to have 10 other passionate board members. The EHB has a strong connection to the history of the city. The board's timeline stretches back to 1947 with the creation of the Archives and Landmarks Committee, then renamed the Edmonton Historical Board in 1966. In our 75-year history, we've been at the forefront of preserving the history and memories of our city. From the first register of historic resources in 1984 to the present, the city has now identified over 1,000 historic properties, landmarks, and features across the city, and has protected over 160 municipal historic resources. I'm thankful to work with our talented staff at the City of Edmonton Archives and the Heritage Planning Team or Conservation Team. This past year, we focused a lot on working with the Edmonton Heritage Council and the City of Edmonton in looking at ways we can work together more effectively. We look forward to working closer with the Edmonton Heritage Council and collaborating on specific initiatives next year. In this past year, our subcommittees have worked diligently to meet our mandate. We continue to build our relationship with council, administration, and heritage partners, including the Edmonton Heritage Council, as I mentioned previously, and the Edmonton and District Historical Society. I'm particularly excited about our planning and policy committee's work on a number of new ideas and our historical plaques committee's work on our website rebuild. In July 2024, we held the historical plaques presentation in unison with the Edmonton and District Historical Society's Historic Festival and Doors Open event. The celebration was held at the newly designated St. Luke's Anglican Church and highlighted the presentation of 8 new plaques to newly designated buildings. Now I'd like to provide you with a brief update of our goals and brief update of progress. Goal number 1, which is advising the council on historic resources that should be added to inventory, as well as building greater awareness of the City of Edmonton historical issues and civic heritage policies while communicating about emergent issues and priorities with the council. Included in this year's work on goal number 1 is our Historical Resources Review Panel, the HRRP, evaluated and then added 6 historic buildings and 1 landscape to the inventory. The board also advised council on 5 other heritage preservation issues through letters to the council members and discussions with our council advisor. Goal number 2 is supporting the preservation and promotion of built heritage in Edmonton. The progress on goal number 2 included the hosting of the historical plaques presentation for the 8 designated properties, as I mentioned before. During the ceremony, David Johnson of the Heritage Conservation Unit also conducted an information session on the preservation of historic buildings and the designation process, which I think was very important and really well accepted by the good crowd at St. Luke's. Goal number 3 is supporting Edmonton's history. Work completed on this goal included adding content to the board's website, detailing structures, neighborhoods, and architectural styles found in Edmonton historic resources. Our Policy and Planning Committee has been working on 2 new projects, one to map the Edmonton's hidden histories, and another to build a network of heritage organizations to meet and share experiences. Work on these projects will continue this coming year. Goal number 4 is to support our historian laureate. We provide ongoing support for Donna, who is, I think, in the crowd, and she's going to do a short presentation after this. We provide her with she provides us with regular updates of her extremely busy work. And you can see her, she's sent in a report too. And now I'll give you a brief overview of the 2025 work plan of the Edmonton Historical Board. While the main goals of the board remain the same, here are some of the specific projects and work that we plan on conducting in the coming year. Continue to work on the collaboration with the Edmonton Heritage Council and other local historical groups. With the City of Edmonton's assistance, we have looked at the focus of both groups and will examine different ways to work together more closely in the future. Relationships are building, and I see this will conclude with both groups being stronger and more efficient. We will continue to add to the Edmonton Historical Properties Inventory. I see this as one of the most important tasks that EHB does. In the past few years, the total number of properties on the inventory has decreased due to the amount of demolition of buildings on the inventory compared to the newly added buildings. We must find new processes to add to this inventory. We also plan for the historical plaque presentation again on July the 9th, 2025, so mark your calendars. And we're going to complete phase 1 of our historical mapping project. And we will continue the update and revisions to our website. In conclusion, I'd like to thank all of City Council and especially our council advisor for the past few years, Ann Stevenson, and also Sarah Hamilton, our new advisor, for their work and dedication. Really appreciate their time. I understand how busy you guys are. I'd like to see the City of Edmonton continue their support in preserving built heritage, and especially in the designation of city-owned buildings, such as the Peter Hemingway Leisure Center, that has just gone over or in the midst of some heavy renovations and rehabilitation right now. Thanks for listening, and I'm open for questions now.
Great, thank you so much, Steve. Ooh. And you just might need to mute. There we go. So any questions from committee member or council members? Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for the presentation and the ongoing work that you and the board are undertaking. Just quickly to clerks, can we ask of the whole delegation, so both staff and I guess everyone's part of the delegation?
I would.
Okay, perfect. Well, Steve, maybe just starting with you. You have mentioned, and really pleased to hear about the additional collaboration that you've been doing with Heritage Council. I see that they're sort of listed as a partner and stakeholder in Goal 1. Just wondering what has come of conversations to work more closely as organizations to the point of potentially sort of amalgamating into that organization, or the two organizations kind of coming together in a more formal way.
I think the latest was that we will meet together as a group, and I believe that, I mean, I don't want to take anything away from David's presentation, but I believe that he's suggesting that he has a member on Edmonton Heritage Council that would be a non-voting member from EHB. And I mean, we certainly could do the same for the Edmonton Heritage Board.
Oh, interesting. Oh. Can you mute? Sorry, there's some funny feedback. That's interesting. So the idea, would that be sort of a precursor to, again, some of, I guess maybe my question is this idea continuing to be pursued in a sort of formal way?
Yeah, like I said, we had somebody from the city working with us in the last few months. And so we're still working on it, but yeah, we're definitely looking at different ways to work close together.
Okay. Well, and then maybe just shifting to members of administration who may be on the line. I just want to understand the implications of having the working groups or the subcommittees. And so do the committees have to meet in public? Is that part of the subcommittees, sorry?
Yes.
Yes, they do. And has administration done an analysis in terms of the resource implications and just thoughts on adding those subcommittees from a capacity perspective?
Roger, do you want to comment on that one?
I'll actually see if Catherine Ivory, our city archivist, could probably provide more insight on the impacts of those committees.
Yeah, the subcommittees are staffed by either Mitchell Norenberg, who's the coordinator for the Edmonton Historical Board, or myself. It's certainly something that we can handle, and have continued to support the committees that meet prior to the board meeting monthly.
Okay, thank you for that. And then Steve mentioned some staff who've been working with them and Heritage Council about that closer working relationship. Who was that, and are you on the line?
I don't think they are, but they are part of our community services partnership group, and they work with the Heritage Council as well as the Historical Board on other matters as well. So this is just an added component of the work with those two agencies.
Okay. And so just from your perspective, is there sort of some of that active work being done in terms of is there going to be a report done, looked at the opportunity for these two groups to potentially become one?
Yeah, I believe there's been an interim report in place, and they are going to continue to work with both groups and the Historical Resources group as well around the Historical Resources plan that's coming out in the future.
Okay. And then maybe, Steve, I just heard you mention the Peter Hemingway Pool. I think that's a really exciting project, and obviously a really important city asset that's also a heritage asset. Is that, am I understanding correctly that building will get a heritage designation as the renovations are completing?
No, right now, that is not in the plan. We'd like that, of course, but as far as I know, that is not in the plan.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just running out of time, but I'll maybe come back to ask our admin team about that. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I just want to thank you for your presentation. It's always a pleasure to interact with the historical board. One of the things I feel when and I was noting your correspondence submitted to council this year, the historical board, I think, historically has felt the need to take a position on certain demolitions, and I'm wondering, are you still feeling that pressure? Are you choosing to take those positions sort of strategically? If you could speak to that a little bit more.
I'm not, sorry, I don't quite understand.
I noted that in the correspondence you submitted to council, for instance, you've taken a position on the Royal Alberta Museum, which we don't own, but I think a lot of people feel it's a building worthy of historical designation, and would be a travesty to lose. You've also taken positions on things that are within the municipal purview. I'm wondering how you're deciding to take your positions now.
I think that those decisions are made at our main board meeting. and, might come up through one of the committees, but then discuss at our board meeting. And then there's, basically a vote on whether or not we should write a letter to the councilors, yourself, and show that, we are recommending support from the council on it. So, yeah, and I feel very strongly about the Royal Alberta Museum, or the former Royal Alberta Museum, and especially the fact that there have been some promises for discussions, and it seems like the promises didn't happen. But I think that's what I refer to in the letter too, is just some discussions with the province. But we know that we don't have that authority, but we wanted to certainly voice our opinion about it.
Maybe I'll switch positions a little bit, or switch my line of questioning a little bit now. I think you brought up that the city needs to do a better job in terms of designating our own buildings. And I'm glad you mentioned the Peter Hemingway pool. I think that leads into a larger discussion about the next tranche of buildings that, aside from who owns it, but that sort of mid-century architecture. And I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what you see, or what the historical board sees as a risk to the city in terms of our losing our next tranche of assets, historical assets.
Oh, I just think the risk is showing that the council and that the city of Edmonton really do believe in preserving our historic buildings and our history. So, I mean,
is there a class, or is there a place you'd like us, a class of building or a place you'd like us to look or pay particular attention to in terms of where we might lose those assets?
I don't think there's a class of building right now. I mean, there's a lot of assets in Edmonton that are definitely at risk. Now, are they owned by the city of Edmonton? Not necessarily. I'm probably more worried about other ones that are not owned by the city, but there are some by the city. I think that just showing that, or designating city-owned properties, shows that intent, and that the councillors are really concerned about preservation of buildings or built heritage in the city of Edmonton.
Great. I'll leave my questions there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great, thank you. Thank you very much for all the work that the committee has undertaken. You've had a busy year, see lots of motions passed, etc. I think my questions is more around the subcommittees that you are requesting. So your current status is you don't have any of those, and that as a group, the entire board makes some of those decisions, and you feel a subcommittee approach might be more efficient?
No, those committees have been around for as long as I've been part of the Edmonton Historical Board, but since the changes in the policies that we are asked to ask for them, so we have asked for them. So they're all very important, and our board meetings last from anywhere from 2 to 3 hours. I mean, the longest has been 3 hours. Usually it's a little over 2 hours. If we didn't have the subcommittees, I don't want to guess how long the board meetings would be. So, okay. And I mean, they go from 5 to 7 or 5 to 8.
Right.
And then, but the subcommittees, the historical plaques committee does meet, regularly, almost monthly, and planning or deciding on the plaques, and then of course doing the planning for the presentations, and then also the web page work that we've been doing. So that's been added. So that's been very important. It's a very busy meeting. The historical resources review panel, that is the panel that actually decides on which buildings go on the inventory, and then gives recommendations to the board, which I think is extremely important, and I don't think it could be done within the meeting.
Okay.
That doesn't happen each month, but depending on how many buildings or if we have buildings to review. And then
Yeah, no, I appreciate, it's okay. I think my question is more just around, like, essentially the request is to come maintain that structure, moving forward, right? Okay, and maybe just to administration, I'm wondering if you can just, apologies, because I feel like it's been a while since we talked about the subcommittee policy. Can you just remind me what that was?
Yeah, so I can, for sure. So essentially what it was is council has to approve the use of subcommittees, and it's done annually. So these requests aren't necessarily new requests. They could be continuing requests, but it's done on an annual basis.
Okay, and whereas in this case, this is an annual request, but it's just it's just simply that each of the advisory body can just like strike one up on their own, because it does relate to resourcing, but if this is a structure that's been in place for a while, the resourcing stays the same, and it sounds like from earlier Q&A that staff can manage it. Okay, that's good. I think that answers my question. I think similarly, I feel like this conversation thread between the Historical Society and the Heritage Council has been in works for some times. I'm sorry we're not hearing your presentation today, but you know, I look forward to seeing that in the inbox, and I also would like to echo Councillor Stevenson just to see that conversation a bit more formalized. I see references to it in your report, but I think a formalized conversation will be helpful. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Not seeing any further questions on the board. I might go to Councillor Hamilton if you're interested in putting the recommendation on the floor.
Yes, I'll move the recommendation that this be received for information.
Maybe we can just get
Is
the
there
wording.
another recommendation?
Yeah, we'll just get the wording up on the board. There you go.
Yep, that the Edmonton Historical, sorry, I was going off what was in the report. Anyway, that the Edmonton Historical Board's request to establish 4 subcommittees for the 2025 work plan as outlined in the attachment 3 of the March 10th, 2025 Office of the City Clerk report be approved.
Seconder?
Second.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to introduce it all?
I mean, I think this reflects the discussion here today. And the allowing the continuation of 4 subcommittees will allow the historical board to make the best use of their time when they meet every month.
Great. And I'm realizing just in terms of process going forward, we'll ensure that we're putting this on the floor at the outset, because reminder that we're at council. And then anyone to speak to this, any questions? Councillor Stevenson to speak, I assume.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just wanted to take a few moments to thank Steve and all members of the Historical Board for the work that they do. Preservation of our built form and community character is critically important, and I appreciate the advice that they're able to offer. Not only to council, but also to elevate the community members who are also actively involved in preserving homes and other historic buildings. The plaque presentation is always a really exciting evening where people get to celebrate their participation in our historic city. I think the ongoing conversations about the relationship between the Historical Board and Heritage Council are really important, and I hope to continue to see those advancing. For me, it comes down to thinking through which structure best supports the work of the Historical Board. I see huge opportunity with Heritage Council in terms of the resources, the staff resources that they have to help strengthen the work of the Historical Board, which is largely driven by incredibly dedicated and hardworking volunteers, and also an opportunity to avoid some of the complications, like having to get council approval for subcommittees, looking for ways that there can be more flexibility to support the great work that's happening. So look forward to those ongoing conversations and further discussions on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank the board for all their hard work, and I'm supportive of this motion, understanding that, as ever, we're going to, be cautious about scope creep. But having said that, I actually do appreciate the way in on the old museum. I think that's integral and something that Edmontonians are very, very clear about. They would love to see that preserved. And last, there's a really great neon sign up in my ward at the old Burger Baron that's being torn down. Man, if we could preserve that and put it in the museum, that'd be great. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Hamilton to close.
I have nothing further to say. Just thanks again to the Historical Board for the presentation, and I'm sorry that we couldn't hear from the Heritage Council today. I had a great meeting with David last week, and hopefully members of Council will have the opportunity to meet with them again soon. Thank you.
Excellent. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Great. Well, thank you so much, Steve. Really appreciate you being with us today, and thanks again to the entire Edmonton Historical Board for your dedication and commitment to our city.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So we'll move on to our next item, which is the naming committee, and I believe we have Matt Dance with us. Hi, Matt. All right, so we'll turn it over to you for a brief presentation, and then we'll likely have some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I'm glad there's a lot of social distancing here. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Dance. I'm the chair of the Naming Committee. It is an honor to be here and to present the Naming Committee's 2024 annual report and 2025 work plan. Before I get into the content of this report, I would like to first acknowledge the committee members and admin support that make the work of the committee possible. First and foremost, my amazing colleagues on the Naming Committee who are as interested in creating good policy and process and in building strong relationships as they are in place naming. It is a privilege to work with such smart, empathetic, and motivated people. And secondly, the support provided by Corey Souza and Ashley Rowan is unsurpassed. Corey's understanding of the process and our responsibilities as we name Edmonton's civic assets guides each and every discussion, and his memory of Edmonton's naming history is remarkable. It is within this context that I am pleased to report on the accomplishments of the Naming Committee this past year. In my mind, the greatest achievement that we have as a committee is reflected in the relationships that we foster and support. Over the past year, we have collaborated with municipal officials, community organizations, Indigenous leaders, and students in MacEwan University's Arts and Cultural Management program to ensure that Edmonton's public spaces tell the stories of those who have shaped and continue to shape our city. This is most evident in the renaming of the Oliver neighborhood. We are proud of the community-led renaming process that resulted in Wequentuin, a Cree name that means circle of friends. The process that led to this name is a model that we are closely looking at as we develop our own renaming process. In addition to Wequentuin, the Naming Committee approved 35 place names reflective of the diversity and cultures, flora and fauna that comprise Edmonton's urban mosaic. Looking to the future, as a committee, we're committed to tackling some big projects in the coming year. We will continue to support administration as they complete a place names data set to be published on the Open Data Portal. As a side note, I started that data set over a decade ago as a grad student, and it is extremely gratifying to see this massive piece of work being completed. We as a committee will begin work on the development of a culturally sensitive, community-involved renaming process based on the experience of the Wequentuin Leadership Circle. When the Government Centre LRT station renaming process launches, the Naming Committee will have representation at the table. We will continue to work on building the appropriate relationships so that we can discuss and develop an Indigenous naming process or framework. And finally, the Naming Committee is working to incorporate recommendations made by MacEwan University's AGAD 301 policy project as we start thinking through revisions to the naming policy, which is scheduled to be renewed in 2026. The Naming Committee remains committed to the principles reflected in the naming policy, specifically the principles of engagement and inclusion underpinned by robust process, ensuring that every decision is made through deliberation and community. As such, we are aligning our work with your vision for our city.
Great, thank you so much for the overview. I'll now go to questions from colleagues, and just a reminder, if there's anyone who would like to put the recommendation on the floor, we are at council and that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I'm happy to move. So I'm just pulling up the report. For the actual wording, is it just receive for information? Yeah, okay. That the March 10th Office of the City Clerk report be received for information.
Second.
Great, thank you. And I'm just trying to get myself on the board for questions. Councillor Knack, would you be able to take the chair?
Got the chair.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the presentation, and really appreciate you being here with us today and for all the work that you're doing. I actually just had a bit of a process question, and hoping you can provide some clarity. I have had some questions bubbling up from community members just around the process for having conversations about renaming of different forms of infrastructure in our city. And yeah, wondering if you can just help me understand what that looks like and the best place for people to get more information.
Right, thank you for the question, Councillor Salvador. The process for renaming, I think at this point follows a pretty standard naming process where we're looking for someone to lead a community engagement session or multiple sessions as they did with Wequentuin, and to develop an engagement process that would include promoting names that the renaming could be switched to or renamed, and then a process of name selection, and then reporting through the naming committee. And depending on the size of the asset and the nature of the asset, it may come to City Council.
Okay, that's really helpful. So I guess having some form of a community entity or body that would initiate that work has to happen on the ground before it would make it to any further conversation. Is that correct?
Yeah, so for instance, the Oliver Community League spearheaded their renaming process, and were very inclusive in terms of who they had on their, advisory board. It was an Indigenous-led circle that was looking to get all the voices that would be reflected in the community and impacted by the name change, and then through that process build some support for an option or a suite of options that they would be able to then choose through a vote or through consensus building as to what the new name would be.
Great. Well, thank you so much for helping me just better understand that. I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the great work that the naming committee has done and the overview you've provided in terms of initiating those conversations. Just trying to think of, I think that community-based approach is a really important principle. I'm thinking about some larger city assets where there's maybe not sort of a natural local community. Just wondering what something like that would look like, an instance like that for a process. Could it still be just sort of broad community movement, or is there a need for sort of a local tie?
I think that's a really pertinent question, Councillor Stevenson. I think I can think of several large city assets that are potentially at risk for a renaming process, if risk is the right word. I don't think that we have a clear picture of what that process looks like. What would it look like to have a citywide conversation about a large asset that impacts all the citizens? And I clearly don't have an answer. I don't have a clear answer for that right now, but it is something that is on the radar and the work plan of the naming committee, and it's something that we're going to be tackling this year and probably into next year as we try to figure out what that looks like.
Great. I think it's excellent to sort of have some guideposts to help us along, and appreciate that you're taking that on. Thanks. No further questions.
Thanks. Councillor Rice?
Thank you so much for the presentation and be here to answer our questions. So I have two questions. The first question is more related to the process. So as the name committee may know, and then my office reached out, and then from 2022, 2023, 24, and the reason for that is our ward name, and then is the longest name, 21 letters long. And many constituents reach out to my office and to say they cannot even spell how to spell, remember how to spell, and also they cannot pronounce. And is that possible to keep the name and at the same time to add the words like number, and for them to really to clearly identify which word they are in. So I don't know what's that process is at the naming committee level or is at the council level. So can you provide some like your thoughts on that?
Councillor Rice, thank you for the question. I think that's a very good question. The city has done a remarkable job at posting pronunciation guides and phonetic guides on their website. I think anything that would go over and above that in terms of supporting the name pronunciation is something that perhaps City Council would take on, or it's something that we could probably work into our work plan. I'm not clear on what that would look like.
Okay, so I think it's not about the assistance and how to pronounce and being provided. And the city did a great job to provide all those how we pronounce the word name there. And it's just what I heard from many constituents try to say, can we add the number after the name? And so their point is not to change name, it's just add number after name to make sure and everybody know where we're from and when they have difficulty to pronounce it. So I just want to bring their voice I heard and from people I represent in that area, because that's his longest name, 21 letters long, to name committee, and I want to put that on the table and in front of us. So that's why I'm asking that question, but I'm happy to follow up, see how we can work on that way.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Rice. I think following up would be appropriate. Just from I think a naming process, I'm in Ward Sippy-Winniwack, and I know that the boundaries of Ward Sippy-Winniwack don't overlay precisely with the boundaries of Ward 5, so I don't know that recalling a previous ward name would be appropriate, given that that ward in its form doesn't exist anymore. But I think it's something that we should perhaps explore together to see what a good solution would be.
That's actually a very good point. Even for the ward I represent is not only Ward 10, and there's some neighborhoods from Ward 9 as well as the boundary change. I just want to get this in the record, and the people really from the words, EPCOCA and EPOC can understand, and then why there's certain factors need to be considered. But thank you for that answer. Also, the next question, I look at the 2025 work plan and for the naming committee, I did not see the any plan regarding the 2 station, RT station, and for the Capital 9 South Extension project. And is there that name already named for the 2 stations, or they will be in the later work plan for the later year?
Is it fair for me to ask our admin support, Corey Souza, for some direction on that question?
Yeah, it's a Capital 9 South Extension RT project. There are 2 stations will be included in this project. I'm not sure the 2 stations, the name is already finished, and because I did not see in the 2025 work plan.
So thanks for the question, Councillor Rice. Those would be treated like a normal naming application. So they wouldn't be part of the naming committee's work plan. They would be treated like any other naming application. They have not been submitted to us yet. If I'm understanding the stations I believe you're referring to, if that's the case, those future names have not been submitted to the naming committee.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you again. Yeah, all the work has been done.
Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you very much. So does the naming committee worry about how many syllables are in a name when they name something?
Not typically. It's not something that typically comes up in conversation.
Right, yeah, because I'm thinking like Sir Winston Churchill Square. That can be a lot of syllables, right?
It certainly is.
Yeah, okay. So are you aware of when the next ward boundary review is?
No, I'm not.
Okay. As far as I know, it's every 2 years. And so I could be, or 2 years, two election cycles. They go by like a year. But at that time, when ward boundaries shift, sometimes there's a recommendation to change the name of the ward, which is what happened last time, and I would assume is probably what's going to happen next time. Is that your understanding?
As far as I understand, that is what the process looks like, Councillor.
Okay. All right. Yeah, great. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you for being here. Very, very interesting input with some of the questions. I want to follow up on some of the earlier questions around kind of public infrastructure renaming. And, I feel like every few years we get a big push from the public about certain assets named at a certain time in history where naming after people is more the common practice. And now we have a kind of a very different direction, and that, I think your committee has been doing a lot of great work on. But I imagine those conversations come up, and I think, like I say, every few years when those push comes forward, they often appear in the form of petitions and whatnot. I guess I'm wondering, Matt, or even Corey, if you have any advice for those, who are spearheading those, because I think, we try to direct folks to kind of look at the current policy and look at some of the process that you've mentioned. But I guess I'm curious about your kind of internal dialogue amongst members. Any just advice that you might have.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. I think first and foremost, the process of renaming an asset, in my mind, is a process of relationship building and community engagement. That we're interested in reflecting the diversity of the affected community, whether it be a specific neighborhood or the entire city, and really having those potentially very hard conversations to make sure that we are on the path to choosing a correct name. And in doing so, we're looking at community building. And we don't make policy by petition. And I think that's something that we need to keep first and foremost in our mind. And we are always happy and willing to reach out to the people who are starting a petition or who are interested in renaming assets to help guide them on what that process looks like. So one of my goals as the chair is to increase the profile of the naming committee and
Great.
to really build an understanding of what it is, what we do, but also how we do it, because that is almost more important than the outcome of the name, right? So for instance, with the ward renaming that occurred when the ward boundaries changed, we were gifted names. And those names are very important and should be held in honor. But how do we support How do we support those names? How do we support people understanding where those names came from and the importance of those names? If we're going to be renaming a civic asset, how do we support that type of conversation?
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. And seeing renaming as a process of community building, it's easy to sign off on the petition, but it's much harder to have some of those really tough conversations. And if people are truly intent on that, they should participate and maybe lead some of those conversations too. Right.
And just further to that, like, we also don't want to be in a place where we're naming assets out of anger. And we need viable options. You know, saying that we don't want a name isn't the positive outcome that we're looking for.
Yeah, really appreciate that. Corey, do you have anything you want to add?
The one thing I would just add regarding renamings that isn't talked about as much, and this relates to roads, it's under section 10 in the naming policy. And it states that if there is a request to rename a road, that 75% of the property owners and business owners directly affected must support the renaming of that road, and that applicants are responsible for the costs associated with the approved renamed roadway. So that's important to also share that language when it comes to road names and changing road names, because obviously they impact addresses and business names and all the different letterheads and paperwork that's related to that address.
Yeah.
In addition to what Matt said, we're always happy to meet with people or organizations to discuss a potential renaming, and we could also guide them on next steps if they are truly passionate about moving forward with renaming. And as Matt mentioned regarding the other question that Councillor Ann Stevenson asked about these larger assets, that's something that we're discussing in the next 2 years as we really look at enhancing our renaming policy, as well as working with our Indigenous partners and developing those processes.
Thank you both so much for that. Very helpful.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm not seeing anyone else on the board for questions. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this? If not, Councillor Rutherford to close? Or, oh. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like I say this every year about just how important the naming committee is in terms of placemaking and identity creating, and I love the shift to flora and fauna and names that are not related to people, because people are flawed. Everybody has strengths and everybody has weaknesses, right? And we sometimes history reveals those strengths and those weaknesses more and more. So I really like that change, but I also really like the process and the things that we're doing to really think about renaming and how we create that place-based identity. I feel like I want to tell a story right now because I think it's pertinent to some of the questions that were raised. I've been asked by many in my ward too the same thing. Why can't we just put the numbers on the ward names? And I actually explained the thing. Well, actually, the boundaries are quite significantly different, so it would actually cause probably more confusion to put those on. But one of the things that I did recently in my office is we worked with Elder Edna, who gifted the name for Ward Inilnik, the Inuit name. And we made buttons. And those buttons have Ward Inilnik, Breath of Life, and then it actually has the full name of the city of Edmonton in Cree on those buttons as well. And I've been going and handing them out whenever I'm out at community events and out in community. And it has created such beautiful conversation with residents about the meaning of the name, about how to pronounce it, about why it was important from a reconciliation perspective to consider this. And it's so much so that they've become so popular, the requests I was getting, that I have to reorder more for our office because we've just been getting so much. So I think that it is incumbent on us, and this is an example where I was hearing that, and so I said, how do I address that? And so one of the things for me that I did is I said, let's start to have those conversations. Let's start to share the message about this. And I've been privileged and honored to get to know and meet Elder Edna on many occasions. And to understand the true, what you mentioned, I think is really important around naming, that they gifted those names, that there was a lot of ceremony and a lot of work in that circle of elders to really choose names that would represent the land and the history in a significant and meaningful way. And I worry about reverting to, or this conversation of reverting to numbers and the undermining it does of the true gift that those names were. Maybe, the buttons were so popular from our office, maybe this should be something that we should just have as a city for all the wards, right? Maybe it doesn't have to be incumbent on one councillor. Maybe we should have those ward names. But I know we weren't here today to talk about ward names. We were here to talk about the great work the naming committee does, and you do really great work. Hearing about just the sheer volume of assets you are naming in your annual report, and the work that you're doing is just outstanding. So please keep it up and continue to do the great placemaking work you're already doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, my computer just turned off.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Thank you so much. And thank you for being with us, Matt. Really appreciate it, and really appreciate, again, your dedication to community building here in Edmonton. Okay, next up is the Edmonton Salutes Committee, and Brian Hodgson. Is Brian online?
He is, I'm here.
Hi, Brian, how are you?
I'm well, sir.
Good, good. Okay, so we'll turn the floor over to you for a brief presentation. We're really happy to have you with us this afternoon, and then we'll have some time for a question from council members.
Okay, well, to the acting mayor and council members present, it's a pleasure for me to speak to you again about what the Edmonton Salutes Committee does. As you have the report, and I would presume that all of you will have gone through it, so I'm not going to go into any great detail. I would remark to you that the budget of the Edmonton Salutes Committee is 0.0022 of this overall city budget, which amounts to some $62,000, so it is not a huge sum. The purpose and the mandate of the committee is to provide advice and advance the notion that civic recognition initiatives for military veterans and their families is pretty important, and to provide leadership as champions of the military veterans and their families, and give recognition to military members and veterans and their families through a variety of collaborations, both public, private, and through nonprofit organizations. So to put the Edmonton military in context, the Loyal Edmonton Regiment, which is a reserve unit of the Canadian Army, has deployed a mortar platoon to Latvia of some 40 or 50 soldiers. So these are individuals who've taken time off their work or studies to further volunteer to serve their country. And you will know that Canada has an impressive presence in Latvia. A Canadian is heading up a multinational brigade, and in that brigade there is a battle group which is being led by Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gray of the Lord Strathcona's Horse, and that battle group comprises 9 different national components. So the events of the last couple of weeks internationally bear upon the families, military families in this city. Our folks in Latvia, it is difficult to predict how things would play out given the current geopolitical situation for any number of reasons, and I won't go into the details on that. But the Ukraine area is to say it's unsettled would be something of an understatement. So it's within that context that Edmonton Salutes supports our military and their families. Certainly the families of those who have military members who are serving abroad. The committee, very briefly, has 8 members appointed by City Council, 8 from various organizations, and 9 municipal members, and we're up 1. We have a member from Warrenville. So, it's very much a regional entity, and it's very collegial in its discussions, the way we do the business. So some significant events that I would mention very briefly, and it's in the annual report. Last year, on the 1st of April, in fact, was the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Royal Canadian Air Force, and Edmonton Salutes was very active in promoting recognition of that. We have supported any number of veterans organizations, from the Veterans Food Bank to Homes for Veterans, to Homes for Heroes, which is also interim housing for veterans. And through the committee, members attended and supported many events and propagated the gospel, if I can use that expression, amongst those who were at these various events. I would mention the excellent support we get from the city staff, in particular Kate McIntosh, who I know is listening in, and Julie Ufford, and Claire Marietu, all of whom worked very diligently on behalf of the Edmonton Salutes Committee. So I'm not going to go, as I said, I'm not going to go into any further details, but I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have concerning what the Edmonton Salutes Committee has done in 2024.
Great, thank you so much. Councillor Principe. And if you're interested, you can put the recommendation on the floor as well.
Certainly, I'll do that. Before we start, I would like to recommend that the March 10th, 2025 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 02866 be received for information.
Second.
Thank you. And you have questions as well?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Hodgson, for the presentation. And you did discuss how we do have troops deployed currently in Latvia. Can you give Council an idea of how many have been deployed? Just a rough idea, how many over 2024?
I'm going to guess about 1,000, but what I will do, Councillor, is get a more precise figure from a military source and provide it to you and to members of council.
Right. And
I would say that the normal rotation amongst units who are deployed to Latvia is every 6 months. Now, some tours for specific individuals may be a little bit longer, but it's roughly every 6 months. And, as we know, the headquarters of 1 Canadian Mechanized Brigade Group is in Edmonton, and that comprises, amongst other things, 2 battalions of the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, and of course the Lord Strathcona's Horse, 1 field ambulance, 1 combat engineer regiment, and other supporting arms. So elements of those would be deployed throughout. Were deployed throughout 2024, but I will get you the precise figures.
Okay, yeah, and I agree that I think it's probably around that number. I just kind of wanted council to have an idea that there are a significant amount of people living in the Edmonton region, representing our country, and it's really a huge impact on the families that are here, and just how important this committee is to that. That's the reason I asked that question, and I think that was really the only question I have for you. I'll have some remarks in closing. I'll let my colleagues ask some other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask, the Edmonton Salutes Committee, I know that you play a role in sort of the recognition, but I've been getting a lot of inquiries and flags from veterans in Greaspaw about vandalism to some of the monuments. Have you been hearing anything about this?
Well, I've been reading about them, and certainly I hear from other sources because I'm, reasonably well connected in the veterans community and with other military organizations. Yes, I have. It's very disappointing, difficult, and why someone would remove a plaque honoring a veteran or in some other commemoration, important commemoration. Well, we know why they're doing it. So, and in some cases, the Edmonton Salutes Committee has offset a partial expense related to the theft of a plaque.
Have you offset that with, because I see that you have somebody from Canada Lands represented on the Salutes Committee,
Yep.
but not anybody from like the Greaspaw Community League proper.
Not that I'm aware of. But, if we are aware and we're approached, the funding is given, or the funding request is given every earnest consideration. So
Yeah.
our governance model, we have a budget subcommittee that vets and examines every request for funding, and it has to meet certain parameters. And this certainly would be given very earnest and I dare say favorable consideration.
Sure, so I'm just wondering if maybe post-meeting I can connect with Councillor Principe and just even make that connection between Edmonton Salutes and the Greaspaw Community League.
Yep, absolutely.
That would be awesome. Thank you so much. And I agree, it's extremely disheartening and downright disrespectful. So I appreciate any work that we can do in collaboration on that one.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, and then I did have another question, because veterans are so important. There is also the veterans supportive housing that's opening in the ward I represent as well with Veterans Canada. Is there a connection that's been made with Edmonton Salutes and that organization around the opening of that building?
Are you speaking of Homes for Heroes or Homes for Veterans? The Homes for Veterans is in the northwest quadrant. Is that where?
Yeah, it's in Athlone.
Yeah, yeah.
In like the Dunvegan
Yes.
area.
We invited the head of Homes for Veterans to make a presentation of the Edmonton Salutes Committee, and thereafter he did come out from Ottawa, and I arranged to have him meet one or two individuals who are well connected and who have connections into the philanthropic sector, if you will, in the city, and one or two other folks who don't live in the city but who would be supportive of what they're trying to do. So basically, for council, as you may know, council was very, or the city of Edmonton was very generous and kind in providing some property for about 40 long-term small residences or housing for homeless veterans. So this will not duplicate the Homes for Heroes, which their main purpose is basically bridging housing. So I think it's a year or less with them, but this is a longer-term solution to homeless veterans. And as I mentioned to the mayor, I think perhaps at the last meeting, or last time I presented, veterans are out of proportion as a sector within the homeless.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, there are proportionally more veterans who are homeless than there are for many other groups, which some people might find surprising. And that's common certainly in the UK and in the United States. So, as an advocate for veterans, I'm very appreciative of the good work that council does and the civic staff in supporting these kinds of initiatives.
Great, and I just think the purpose is when we have these new veterans join our community, again, how is Edmonton Salutes, making sure that they're successful in their transition to the community. But thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
thank you. Not seeing any other questions on the board, but anyone to speak to this before Councillor Principe closes? Seeing none, Councillor Principe, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Salvador. I would just like to take this time to say thank you very much to our Chair, Brian Hodgson, for leading us and being a good example of how we can support our military. And I just want to let people know that, you know, as we discussed, there are several people within the Edmonton region deployed at any time, can be gone 6 months or sometimes longer. Very impactful, you know, parents, spouses, caregivers being deployed, very impactful on the families. This committee is crucial in helping support. And I just wanted to give the recognition to that. And I also wanted to take this time to acknowledge recently, one of our members on Edmonton Sleuths recently passed away, Alex Singh. And I just wanted to give him recognition and appreciation for the work he's done on our committee. Thank you.
And if I may, for just take a moment, in my recognitions, I did not mention Councillor Principe, who has been unflagging in her support of the work that Edmonton Salutes does. And she attends nearly every military function or event that in connection with veterans causes in the military. And she's everywhere, and she does excellent work, and I know that she enjoys it, and she's highly respected. So she's an excellent representative of Edmonton City Council within that milieu that I've just mentioned.
Great. Well, thank you for that, Brian, and thank you for your thoughtful closing remarks, Councillor Principe. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Thank you so much, everyone. And Brian, thank you for being with us today, for your dedication and service. And yeah, our gratitude to the entire team at the Edmonton Salutes Committee for the important work that you're doing. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next committee, which is the Edmonton Design Committee. And I believe Janice Mills is online.
Yes.
Hi, Janice. All right. Well, thank you so much for being with us today. I appreciate you taking the time. And I see that you do have a slide deck that goes along with your presentation, so we'll get that up and ready. So we'll hand over the floor to you, and we'll have some questions to follow. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Acting Mayor, councillors, and member of administration. I am Janice Mills, current chair of the Edmonton Design Committee. For simplicity, I may refer to the committee as EDC throughout my presentation. Second slide. EDC was established by City Council in 2005 with the mandate to improve the quality of urban design within the city of Edmonton. EDC continues to operate under bylaw 20673 and meets the mandate primarily through the review of private development applications and key City of Edmonton projects. Next slide, please. This past year, we have focused EDC's efforts and resources on 4 main goals. Goal 1, reviewing development applications. This goal embraces the day-to-day efforts of the committee and actively involves all committee members. Goal 2, 3, and 4, updating the standards of procedures, updating the principles of urban design, and initiating a review of the EDC boundary. Requires the continual support and effort of the EDC subcommittee. The present workload and composition of the committee does not allow for this work to be undertaken in an efficient manner with the broader committee. Establishing a subcommittee allows these actions to be undertaken in a much more focused and expedient manner. Next slide. The ongoing review of development applications, including rezoning, development permits, and city projects, is central to the mandate of EDC as set out by council. This past year, the committee has reviewed 27 development permit applications, 4 rezonings, and 7 city projects. EDC's agenda and submission packages are circulated to its members and posted to the EDC website 2 weeks prior to our meetings to allow members sufficient time to review and provide meaningful comments and questions during our meetings. Formal submissions coincide with development permit and rezoning applications. These are required of all projects which fall within the geographical boundary, as well as all City of Edmonton projects. Applicants can also opt in for an informal pre-consult prior to a formal submission. These presentations, which are not open to the public, allow an applicant to come to EDC for preliminary advice with respect to a development that is being considered. These presentations are not part of the formal meeting, and therefore no written record of that portion of the meeting is kept. In the opinion of the committee, the informal pre-consult process is extremely valuable. Next slide. EDC, in collaboration with city administration, developed standards and procedures to provide clear direction on the day-to-day functions of EDC and clearly define the roles and responsibilities of administration, committee members, and applicants. This work was completed under EDC's 2020 to 2022 work plans, and the standards and procedures were approved by the city manager in February of 2022. At the end of this project, EDC committed to future engagement with industry stakeholders to ensure the standards and procedures were meeting their intended function. The 2024-2025 Goal 2 of updating the standards and procedures fulfilled this commitment to industry. The key revisions and takeaways are introducing a mission statement, exploring a new approach to informal submissions, and providing new guidance on committee recommendations to better focus the scope of review. Next slide. Updating the principles of urban design. The principles of urban design guide the committee's ongoing review of DP approvals and were originally established during the formation of the committee in 2005. The review of these principles was identified by industry stakeholders as key action during the preparation of the standards and procedures in 2020 and 2022. After completing 2 phases of industry engagement, including online surveys and one-on-one interviews, EDC, in collaboration with city administration, developed new EDC principles of urban design, which articulate 6 key principles that better reflect best practice and align with both Connect Edmonton and the city plan. To complement these new principles, the committee has also developed a new EDC submission guide, currently in its final draft form, that includes improved submission and evaluation processes. The updated principles of urban design were presented to Urban Planning Committee on March 4th of 2025, and key feedback is being reviewed. The intent is to implement these updated principles of urban design and the submission guide with the new EDC term beginning in May of 2025. Next slide. So an overview of the new principles of urban design. The first 2, authentic and meaningful, celebrating people and place, cultures, and natural and built heritage while promoting the evolution of culture for generations to come. Healthy and inclusive, creating those safe and welcoming spaces for people of all cultures, incomes, ages, and abilities and genders. Next slide. Attractive and human scaled, creating comfortable, well-scaled public spaces that support walkability and create a memorable city image. Connected and walkable, integrating the movement of people within sites and public spaces across a multitude of modes, systems, and scales with a focus on walking and wheeling. Next slide. Resilient and sustainable, facilitating urbanization that supports energy transition and climate resilience and reduces our ecological footprint. vibrant and thriving, enabling diverse activities, amenities, and uses that contribute to lively, people-focused places. Next slide. Review of the EDC boundary and scope of review. The EDC bylaw describes a geographical boundary, which is the key trigger for the review of development applications by EDC. Similar to the update to the principles of urban design, the review of this boundary was identified by industry during our engagement and preparation of the standards and procedures. The scope of work completed this past year is limited only to the review of the current boundary and the identification of potential boundary changes or potential methodologies for triggering an EDC review or exemption. The committee has only identified 4 potential changes as shown on this slide: aligning the EDC boundary to nodes and corridors, reviewing projects adjacent to major transportation corridors, reviewing all large site rezonings regardless of their proximity to transit centers, and improving the project exemption process with clear principles for when existing criteria do not readily apply. Please note that the 2025-2026 work plan is scheduled to be finalized by the end of the current term, and the intent is to review these 4 items in further detail and recommend specific changes with an amendment to the EDC bylaw as appropriate. Next slide. Proposed 2025-2026 work plan. As to the proposed work plan, the committee requests that a subcommittee be established for the duration of the 2025-2026 term. These tasks are in addition to the ongoing goal of reviewing development applications. We would also like to note that this proposed work plan can be undertaken using existing administrative resources and no additional budget will be required. Prior to concluding, I would like to acknowledge our City of Edmonton Administration Liaison contributions: Peter Speary, Ashley Rowan, and by extension, Wes Sims. They are invaluable to the success of our committee and our subcommittee's work. Their efforts go above and beyond just administrative support. I also want to thank our Councillor Liaison, Councillor Aaron Paquette, for his continued support. Next slide. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and welcome any questions of the committee.
Great. Thank you so much for the excellent presentation. Councillor Paquette, would you be interested in putting the recommendation on the floor?
Well, I was considering my continual support, but I've considered it and I think yes, absolutely.
All right, we'll get that up on the screen just so you can read that in and we can get a seconder.
Yeah, I move that that the Edmonton Historical Board's request to establish 4 subcommittee. Oh, sorry. In the new wording, it's 1 subcommittee for the 2025 work plan, as outlined in attachment 3 of the March 10th, 2025 Office of the City Clerk report, be approved.
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, do you also have questions?
Yeah, a couple, please. And the first would just be, so there's a clear need for this. But one of the concerns I sometimes hear is that while the committee can make recommendations, they're not always followed through on. And how can the council help with that?
Well, I think that lends itself to us being an advisory committee of council. I think that the committee always tries to provide enough information in our recommendations. One, to any reports that go to council, that there's enough information to read and understand the concerns of the committee. And also we try and make sure that our motions have enough information so that city administration or development officers can take it. So I think the continued support of making sure that our recommendations are read would be really appreciated.
Yeah, and it's that follow through that I'm curious about. And maybe this is a discussion for another time. Just let me know.
Well, one of our work plan goals for 2025, 2026 is actually to have an engagement session with council. So to do a councillor luncheon, one to just provide a greater overview to what the committee is about and what our day-to-day tasks is. And I think it would lend a good opportunity for us to have that discussion of what we could do to help support council and potentially what council could do to support us.
Great, perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the hard work you all do.
Great. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for the great work. It's awesome to see some of the moves that EDC is making. I appreciate the realignment of boundaries and the geography that you're looking at for next year or this year. Just wondering if there's been any conversation around potentially moving towards having, rather than panels of the whole, sort of smaller panels to help get through more applications if needed.
Yeah, so currently under the current kind of 4 bullet points that we had for the realignment of the boundary, administration did review the number of permits in 2023 for both what the existing EDC area was, as well as kind of the areas that would correspond to that center node and primary corridors. We sort of anticipate the node and corridor geometry represents probably about a 25% increase in the project. And right this second, we actually think the committee feels that this increase could potentially be offset by additional project exemptions that we're currently also working through at the same time. In regards to having kind of breakout groups to get through more applications, one of the strongest assets to the committee is our diversity and having such a diverse background. So currently the committee is comprised of 12 members. There's representation from architects, engineers, landscape architects, planners, post-secondary institutions, members at large, the development industry, Edmonton Arts Council, some of which only hold one position. So it would be very difficult to separate kind of those diverse positions that only hold one seat into separate kind of breakout meetings.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think something for us to sort of keep our eye on as we, again, hopefully continue to see a rise in development permits in the TOD areas, but appreciate that reflection. Just going through the new urban design principles, I think those are really exciting. I think, really capture some critical pieces there. I did just wonder if there was conversation around, so the healthy and inclusive. I just note that it sort of immediately talks about safe communities. Just wondering why safe and inclusive wasn't taken as sort of the headline for that principle, recognizing that, being a safe city is a key priority at council.
Yeah, so I would say the committee sees safety as an integral element of the healthy and inclusive principle. However, as the principles are refined over the coming weeks, the committee will strive to provide more clarity regarding this. This is one of the items that came out of our presentation on March 4th to UPC. So the subcommittee is going to work through those comments currently.
Oh, great. Yeah, and I think, and even, some of the ways that buildings do contribute to safety in terms of overlook and, those elements I think could really, really help strengthen that. Also just wondering as well, I know that there's sort of the urban design principles and then there's also the design priorities. Just wondering what the relationship was between those two pieces.
Well, I would say that the principles represent the desired city building outcomes, or kind of the what, whereas the design priorities speak more to traditional design considerations and processes, or the how. In this sense, they work in kind of a complementary fashion.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I really appreciate that lens to it. Great, thank you so much. I appreciate it and appreciate the ongoing work.
Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much, Janice, for the presentation. So just to help me better understand, having the 6 principles, and I'm assuming that's incorporated in the submission guide so applicants can understand kind of what the committee typically looks for, and then they can strive for that, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And so prior to the 6th principle, there's no principle, or is this like an update?
So currently there are principles of urban design, but as I noted during the presentation, they were created back in 2005. So the committee felt that they were, well, not just the committee, also industry felt that they were quite outdated. So this update to the principles of urban design are to realign the principles with kind of current priorities and also in response to industry.
Yeah, no, that's great. I like them, and sorry I missed that in your presentation. I guess something like as I look at these principles, I think about, some of our current trends and challenges the city is facing with growth, with implementation of some of the land use policies, and some of the, I think, change management that's happening at the very local level. One thing I do hear comes up all the time is, we're replacing homes that's been here for decades with new homes that just have really ugly design. And, this is not a way to build a city. And, but if I think about some of the, the infill development, it's really kind of, I think about these principles that you're talking about here. I guess just like maybe in general, what's your advice on the things that you see and the conversations the committee typically have with I guess conversations we may have with Edmontonians that strive to adhere to city policy, to face the challenge that we're facing, because I feel like design comes up as a crutch, and I don't know if I'm articulating this appropriately, but I struggle with that. So just seeking some advice.
Yeah, so I would say if you listen into any meeting, especially where it's in kind of the existing development and that, the committee spends a lot of time looking at existing context, what's surrounding it. We kind of look at, any existing setbacks on adjacent properties, not only the properties that are under review. So there's a lot of conversation on whether or not developments should be leaning towards more fitting in and integrating to existing context, or whether or not the developments are kind of setting what we would say is the future context of the area, especially areas where we see a lot of redevelopment going on. So I think just understanding that there is lots of conversation in the deliberations in regards to, what the existing context is.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. That's it. That's all my questions. Thanks so much for your work.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions, is there anyone who would like to speak to this item? If not, I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Great. Thank you. And again, thank you to the Edmonton Design Committee. Always just absolutely fascinating meetings. They're so interesting, and I've learned so much. Just enough to potentially be dangerous if I didn't keep my nose out. So thank you for all the work you do and the thoughtfulness that the whole advisory brings to the work. I've seen conversations occur in real time that impact how a structure can unfold and impact a community. And it's always, I find it fascinating to see the ways in which a common layperson like myself would not have thought about some of those elements that ultimately become incredibly important, not only to the structure, but to the quality of life and to the community extension and even to the aesthetics, which is really interesting. I mean, my only complaint is that there's not more color, but we'll leave it at that. And thank you very much for all your hard work.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Janice. Really appreciate your time today and for answering all of our questions. And of course, the entire Edmonton Design Committee really appreciate your dedication to helping shape our communities for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're a little ahead of schedule. So I am just going to check in. Jenny Albers is ready to go. Getting nods, yes. Jenny, are you online with us?
Yes, I'm here and ready to go.
Awesome. So next up is the Community Services Advisory Board with Chair Jenny Albers. And I believe, yep, there's a presentation up on the screen. So we'll hand it over for a brief presentation and then to follow with questions. Go ahead, Jenny.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So thank you everyone for having CSAB here today. So my name is Jenny Albers and I'm the chair of the Community Services Advisory Board, other known as CSAB. And I'm excited to provide an overview of our 2024 annual report and then upcoming work plan for this year. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, the mandate of the Community Services Advisory Board, so CSAB, is to provide advice regarding grant funding allocations and to have a key role in developing the long-term plan for community services in the city of Edmonton. CSAB is comprised of 13 board members, and last year we welcomed 3 new board members to the team. Also last year we had 1 subcommittee, so the Family and Community Support Services Subcommittee, which was comprised of both CSAB board members and community members that supports the FCSS grant program. Next slide, please. So in reviewing 2024, CSAB completed some great accomplishments to support community services in Edmonton. Looking back at our work plan from last year, we had 4 main priority areas, and I just wanted to share a few highlights. So under affordable housing and homeless prevention, the board engaged with city administration and increased understanding of priorities and current work of the city's affordable housing and prevention of homelessness strategy. The board provided feedback on future strategies and shared connections with local community. For the second goal, community safety and well-being, the board engaged with city administration on priorities and current work in community safety and well-being. So this included increasing understanding of the city's community safety and well-being strategy. The board also provided feedback to council on the first iteration of the public spaces bylaw. The board also engaged on the Safe and Inclusive Spaces report. And then the board also learned from community organizations such as Boyle Street Community Services and Edmonton Age Friendly Alliance about their priorities for community safety and well-being in Edmonton. For the third priority, it was about Family and Community Support Services, or the FCSS program. So the board provided recommendations for the FCSS program to increase social inclusion and equity by funding programs and services, community development initiatives, and social infrastructure. So a couple of the highlights included a 1-year extension of funding to 7 organizations whose funding within the social infrastructure and strong sector stream was expiring at the end of 2024. And then it was also supporting the funding of 2 organizations that approached Edmonton FCSS for funding in 2025 due to changes in funding from another community funder. So both programs advance belonging and inclusion as well as community development, which align to our FCSS priorities. And then another exciting piece under the FCSS program is the board held its first Edmonton FCSS board chair networking event in November at the Prince of Wales Armory. It was a super successful event. We had 39 board chairs from agencies funded to provide FCS programs and services in attendance. So it was a great opportunity for board chairs, CSAB members, and administration to connect. Board chairs received an overview of the FCS program, along with current social services research and current trends from one of our board members. As well, they engaged in active discussion on current issues with their boards and community services in Edmonton. We'd also like to thank the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organizations, who was in attendance and provided information and connections to the board chairs. And I will make a note too, because I know Council is really interested in the FCSS program. So there will be a fulsome Edmonton FCSS report that will be shared in spring of this year with more information around the key results of the program coming soon. And then the fourth priority was the community investment and operating grant. So the board provided recommendations about the grant, which provides operating assistance to not-for-profit organizations to help them provide programs, services, and activities benefiting the residents of Edmonton. The board recommended a few changes surrounding the grant program. So it included removing the appeal process starting this year in 2025. Also launching the grant earlier in November 2024 and then closing at the end of January 2025, which results in organizations receiving their funding earlier in the year to support with operations. And then also the board reviewed and updated the scoring matrix and social service eligibility. So beyond the big four priorities, the board also had an opportunity to engage with a few other pieces with city administration. So the board provided feedback to the 2025 Edmonton election around proposed accessibility and inclusion strategies to increase engagement. As well, the board engaged in a presentation with an Edmonton Police Commission member to learn about the Edmonton Police Commission role and responsibilities. And then, of course, we celebrated our CSAB and FCSS committee members in a volunteer appreciation event while building board relations and community connections. Next slide, please. So looking forward to our 2025 work plan, we've shifted a little bit to three main goals for the year. So the first one is the FCS program. So this includes work for the next funding cycle, so the 2026 to 2028 funding cycle, as the board will learn about the process of reviewing funding cycle applications, then review the applications for the first part of 2025 and provide recommendations. As well, there's ongoing work where the board and our subcommittee will continue to support and visit current funded programs. And as well, since our board chair event was so successful last year, we are looking to host another event for board chairs who have FCSS funded programs in late spring. The second goal is around community services, so continuing to engage with city administration on community services priorities. So this has included the new public spaces bylaw, which we've already engaged on, along with some upcoming engagement on equitable recreational programming, and then other priorities which we'll confirm more in the fall once the FCSS piece has been worked through. And then the third goal is around the community investment operating grant program. So that includes support with review of implementation and grant applications for the 2025 cycle. As part of our work plan, we are requesting that the current FCSS subcommittee continues this year, as it provides advice to CSAB on funding recommendations and is imperative to supporting that 2026 to 2028 funding cycle as we start to receive and review applications once the application has been both posted and closed. An FCSS subcommittee has been existed for the past 19 years of CSAB, so we'll ensure that ongoing support for the workload of the FCSS program. And then also included is a bit about our budget and resource allocation for this year. So around the budget piece, we did include our proposed budget from last year and then our actuals. Our actuals were a bit lower than expected just due to being able to use city facilities, which have less hosting fees, And we had less in-person events than we thought we'd have. So it was a little bit of cost savings on that end. However, our proposed budget for 2025 does align with our proposed for 2024 due to providing that upcoming board chair event in the spring. Also providing specific recognition to both our CSEP and FCSF members for their work in reviewing all of the FCSS applications coming up. And then also providing learning opportunities for our board members as there's an annual FCSS conference as well. On the city resources side, we'd like to thank the Community Services Department for their ongoing administration and support, and we're excited to continue to work with them again this year. The administration support has been adjusted to reflect their current support level, which includes changes in staff, along with the upcoming 26 to 28 funding cycle, which will take a bit more work on the admin side as well. Next slide, please. As we wrap up, just would like to say a big thank you to Councillor Wright for her leadership, dedication, and continuous support to CSAM. We're very excited and looking forward to 2025 and continuing to provide advice on long-term planning for community services in Edmonton. So I'll open it up to any questions. And I also have Judy Smith from Administration Community Services on the call as well.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation. We'll now go to questions, but first I'll go to Councillor Wright if you're interested in putting the recommendation on the floor.
Very interested in putting the recommendation on the floor. So I recommend that the Community Services Advisory Board's request to establish one subcommittee for the 2025 work plan as outlined in attachment 3 of the March 10, 2025 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 02859, be approved.
Second.
Thank you. And we'll just go back to the board here so I can see the list of folks who have questions. Councillor Wright, do you want to start?
Sure. Looks like I'll start and end. Hi, Jenny. Thanks very much for the presentation and for all the reporting. I'm just, I see in the budget that the learning opportunities or the funding for the learning opportunities has increased, and that's so more members can attend. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So it's specifically to attend that FCSS annual conference so that we have more ability for more members to attend the conference coming up.
Okay, and that helps in them, I would assume that would help in them making their decisions on the FCSS funding recommendations?
Yes, it helps. So the conference itself is really helps to connect with other municipalities, understand a bit more of the FCSS program in other municipalities and in Alberta as well. So creating those connections within the community definitely helps in reviewing the FCSS funding cycle applications in the future.
Okay, perfect, because that's a pretty long involved process, and that's why we need the subcommittee, right?
Yes, the subcommittee is definitely beneficial because it is a lot of work for the board to review the applications, and then the subcommittee does have community members, but the community members have been past CSAP members, so they come with a lot of experience and skill set as well.
Okay, well, that's good. And then with the CIOG, because I think we took away the subcommittee last year for that. How has that been managed with just the committee of the whole doing the decisioning?
Yeah, so without the subcommittee, we've moved the work to the board of the CIOG committee, which has been manageable. So we aren't looking for a subcommittee specifically for CIOG again moving forward. So the board has taken on that work, and it's definitely sustainable for the future.
Okay, good to hear. Let's see, what else did I have to ask you? Just 2 seconds. Oh, I also noticed in March, the March meeting, I think we got a presentation on the Violence Prevention Action Plan, right? And I'm just wondering what sort of, or is that one coming up? Sorry, just hang on. Yeah, that's coming up. Yeah, okay, sorry. So from that, I'm just wondering how much sort of how much was your advice or recommendations incorporated into that?
So that one's coming up, I believe. Yeah, it's coming up in this work plan. It was in last year. So we'll have to review how the board can engage with that and provide support and feedback moving forwards.
Okay. But, and then otherwise with the, what you've provided to the different presentations that have come forward, do you see that your feedback's incorporated or taken into account?
Yeah, city administration overall has been really great to work with on the engagement level. So we do ask that when city admin comes to CSAB that they are coming with an engagement opportunity. So providing information about what they're working on, but then how can CSAB help shape and form that, or use community resources or connections to support with that initiative moving forward. So that has worked well to sort of have that service expectation piece from city administration so that they get the most out of the board's feedback and that the board can actually contribute as well to different community service initiatives and priorities of the city.
Okay, that's great, because that's part of the mandate, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, I think that is all I have. Thank you. I think, yeah, the group there. Oh, one other question, sorry. In regards to the new structure with administration, how you found that?
It's been really great. The new structure has provided more support, I would say, for CSAB administrative wise. So that's been really helpful. It's only shifted over the last couple of months. But I do think it helps in providing more information about upcoming reports and other connections with admin for CSAB specifically. So we do thank you that there's been additional support added to that as well.
Okay, that's great to hear. Okay, that's all I have. So thank you again to you and the whole CSAB board.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Jenny, for your presentation, and to the whole committee. It's you have some pretty big portfolios and selection that really is always very felt in the community, and I hear about these grants all the time. So just want to thank the committee for that work. Earlier in your presentation, you had some engagement opportunities, say, with like the 2025 election. Can you just clarify, like, so the purpose of that is to inform candidates about the work of CSAP, or yeah, can you just I was wondering if you can elaborate on that.
For sure. So that opportunity came to the board. So sometimes we do find that outside of that community services realm with the city, there's other engagement opportunities where the city has asked for CSAB's advice. So Edmonton Elections came to CSAB with the opportunity to provide feedback on Edmonton Elections' proposed accessibility and inclusion strategies to increase engagement in the next election. So they provided a bit of overview of the strategy they were working on for this election, and then the board was able to provide some feedback on that. So it was a great opportunity, which isn't perfectly tied to the community services lens, but definitely having the board with all of its different relationships and experience in community services helped to provide some feedback for future voter engagement.
Great. And then for the police commission, because I think I've seen that engagement with other committees as well, and it's just more familiarity of committee members with that body as well, right?
Yes, and Councillor Wright provided that connection, so that was really great to provide a cross connection of sort of committees and boards. It was a great learning too for the board to understand sort of EPS's role in different even community safety pieces. So having that cross connection will definitely be something we'll have to look forward to in the future as well, to understand how other committees and boards are working.
And then thanks. And I wanted to ask sort of about FCSS as a whole. That funding from the province has remained pretty steady, but given inflation, given growth, one can argue it's actually a decrease. Wondering if the committee has conversations about, are you hearing some of the challenges or just some of the difficulty with that?
So I can't say, so when we had that board chair event back in November, we did an activity to understand what were sort of the big priorities that board chairs were hearing and for their boards. And one of the biggest pieces that came up was funding, finding sustainable funding, and funding that they know sort of where to apply and to get the information. So they definitely enjoyed understanding more of the FCSS piece. So that's why we wanted to run another board chair event in the future. But they definitely just continue to mention the priority of sort of lack of funding or looking for more funding opportunities. So for us as a board, that's one way we can support is providing more information about FCSS and the CIOG programs, and then be able to support with other connections in the community. So similarly, they mentioned around volunteer and board engagement opportunities. So having ECBO there was a great connection piece as well.
Yeah, last week we had the gathering of municipalities for the spring municipal leadership caucus, and the question of FCSS comes up every single year, no fail. And Premier said that, we encourage, the provincial body FCSS to submit sort of an envelope approach for funding, and I guess, I'm assuming they do that, and I'm assuming Edmonton plays a pretty strong role in demonstrating the outcomes achieved through FCSS. I know we have very strong evaluation, so I just wanted to ask about a bit of perspective from yourself or even Judy.
I'm happy to respond to that, Councillor Tang. So there is lots of advocacy going on throughout the province to try to get increases in FCSS. Both the RMA and AM, I believe, had positions on increases. The FCSS AA, which is our provincial association, has been working hard, and Luke Stat, one of the CSAB members and our FCSS chair, is on that board now as a city representative.
Good.
Working hard on that. So that continues to be an ongoing issue. And yes, FCSS is showing, our Edmonton program shows great results from the program and great outcomes. And we hope we can still keep pushing on that piece of work.
Yeah, I just think if we make some progress there, we might make the CSAS responsibility a little bit better. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. There's no further questions on the board. Anyone to speak to this?
I'll just briefly
Councillor
say,
Wright, go ahead.
if nobody else, okay. I'll just briefly again say thank you very much for all the work that the committee does, and for Judy and her team for helping to help us navigate the committee through it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Jans, are you with us online by chance? We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Great, thank you so much. And Jenny, really appreciate your time today. And the entire board really appreciate all the work that you do. You have a significant body of work that touches so many aspects of our community, and appreciate your dedication. So looking at our agenda, we are at our 3:30 break. So we can pause for 15 minutes and come back at 3:45 to the Accessibility Advisory Committee with Tanya LaRiviere. And following that, we'll speak with the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee of Council. So we're on recess until 3:45. Thanks, everyone.
afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette, Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Hello.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, so we're going to be moving on to Accessibility Advisory Committee, and I believe Tanya is online with us. Hi, Tanya, are you there?
I am, yes, hello.
Awesome. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. So we have some time for a presentation on your side and some remarks, followed by questions on our end. So we'll turn the floor over to you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. For those who don't know, my name is Tanya Lariviere. I'm the current chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. We're happy to be here to present a summary of the committee's work and progress in 2024, reflecting the AAC's efforts to improve accessibility and inclusivity for individuals with disabilities in Edmonton. 2024 work plan goals and accomplishments continue to align with our strategic planning session from 2022 and council priorities. Transportation. Our goal is to improve the rider experience and safety for people with disabilities. We provided feedback on issues including the LRT communication tools on safety, snow removal on platforms, the assisted snow removal program, accessible parking, and e-bike, e-scooter regulations. We saw increased enforcement of accessible parking violations with a rise in tickets from 3,006 in 2023 to 4,046 in 2024. Engaged in consultations with Edmonton Transit on various accessibility initiatives, including the ART card, received regular updates from Vehicle for Hire, either in person or through their quarterly newsletter, and expressed concerns about transit services. Highlight to use blue curb paint as a visual indicator. Accessible housing. We sent a letter to council advocating for accessible and affordable housing policies, including tax incentives for developers, promoting better definitions of accessibility in housing, and build access to resources, education, and prioritize accessibility in construction, grants, and advocate to the province for accessibility legislation to improve regulatory requirements. We participated in affordable housing plan discussions, and I spoke at an Amnesty International Housing is a Human Right panel. Policy C602, the corporate accessibility policy and corporate actions. The AAC continued its involvement in updates and engagements regarding policy C602 for improving accessibility within city operations. Community engagement. We held meetings with disability advocacy groups, attended key disability-related events, and maintained a strong presence on social media to connect with the disability community. Key meetings and discussions, including a range of meetings, covered topics including the LRT communication, affordable housing, corporate accessibility policies, and snow removal program. The AAC also participated in various community safety and disability advocacy initiatives. Membership and appointment. The AAC's 2024-25 membership list includes diverse members with terms running until 2026 or 2031. We will be recruiting for 5 positions this term. This is 5 positions as in a couple of days ago. Before that, it was 4. So the exec and we will be meeting this evening to go over that membership list, and we will have an update for you on recommendations for tomorrow morning's meeting, the membership report. Reports and communications, the AAC submitted letters to council addressing topics such as accessible housing, stats rider support, and single-use bylaws. We also presented at public hearings regarding accessible public spaces. Our 2025 work plan, going forth the main priorities that arise from our 22 strategic planning session will continue to be transit, snow and ice, accessible housing. We have the capacity to respond to concerns that come up as they relate to council priorities. However, the committee expresses concerns about reduced administrative support and a lower social media budget following structural changes. This is all very new and positions are still being filled, but we want to emphasize the need for continued strong support to ensure effective representation of the disability community. We are about to elect a new chair of the AAC tonight. I fulfilled my 3-year term. I wanted to genuinely thank admin, council, community, and council for their support, representation, and advancements in accessibility. And thank you to our 24 council representatives, Councillor Wright and Councillor Tang, for their support. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Councillor Tang, I'll go to you if you're interested in putting the recommendation on the floor and asking questions.
Sure, yeah. I'll move that the Accessibility Advisory Committee's request to establish 2 subcommittees for the 2025 work plan as outlined in attachment 3 of the March 10th, 2025 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 02857 be approved.
Second.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Tanya. And thank you for your service for all these years. Given that you're kind of passing on the torch, well, maybe I'll start there. I'm sure there's lots you might share tonight at the meeting, but do you have any advice for the new chair?
For the new chair, to be honest, so the new chair is going to be Dana Antaya-Moore. She is joining us, just listening to this session this afternoon. Assuming there aren't going to be any mass objections, it'll be by, I can't even think of the word at this moment.
Yep.
I think she is probably one of the best chairs that this committee has seen. And to be honest, I think I should be the one asking her for advice when it comes to chairing an actual committee. But basically it comes down to listening to the diverse voices, making sure everybody has a chance to express their concerns, being open to everybody's experiences, and have absolutely no qualms that she's going to be doing that.
That's awesome. Well, I think you've been very excellent as well, and really enjoy working with you. Anyways, I have no doubt that we'll be kind of having more of these conversations this evening. I wanted to get your sense. So throughout the year, you have lots of presentations from administration who come forward to seeking kind of feedback from the committee. Do you feel that administration is responsive to the feedback? Are you seeing those feedback incorporated in the next iteration of those reports or policies?
It's been a really rewarding time to be a part of this committee, especially with this new council, because we're seeing those advancements in accessibility being made. And I feel like, I've said this before, I feel like the committee used to take on more of an advocacy position. Now we're taking on more of that advisory position because there are those advancements being made within the city.
Well, great. That's great to hear. In your activity, you've also reported on a number of a presentation from some of the provincial bodies, similar to AAC, but with other orders of government. What's your, I guess, ideal? Obviously, AAC advise on a lot of city-related policies, programs, infrastructure projects, etc. How do you see that overlap with some of the provincial bodies, and how can we work together to further amplify, the work to better the accessibility community?
It's really important that Alberta has accessibility legislation, and we don't. We're one of 2 provinces in Canada that doesn't. So, organizing and being able to present the need for that, for the municipality to do that with the provincial government, I think is really key. But I think it also needs to be an organized effort amongst the other municipalities in Alberta. But that is a really, really important legislation that we need to see in place.
And so you feel with something like that, it would kind of make AAC's work not easier, but certainly amplify, right?
Yeah, amplify, because there's a lot of concerns that come to us from the community that isn't in our jurisdiction.
Right, exactly. And then, you have, the committee has a strategic plan and priorities, but periodically, as council members, we receive feedback from residents about accessibility issues, whether it's related to public transportation or sidewalk maintenance or snow removal, et cetera. I typically kind of flag it for the committee for your awareness. And when you have issues that doesn't neatly fit into some of those priority buckets, what do you advise residents? What's your advice for the best process for those kinds of feedback?
So you mean if a member of the community has an accessibility concern, how to address that? 311. And I think a lot of people feel like, they call 311 or they leave a message and it's not being responded to. But
Sorry,
we're constantly reiterating.
Yeah, or do you see AAC have a role in hearing those? Because you have a like an engagement committee, right? Is that a place where maybe you can kind of hear some of those feedback? But I'm also running out of time, so.
Oh, okay. Yes, absolutely. We represent the community and the public, so it's an open door policy.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. We'll really appreciate your overview today, and I wanted to just ask a few questions about accessible housing and how things are evolving, or if they are evolving, and what major gaps still exist. I guess I'm reflecting on, we're just over a year into having the new zoning bylaw. I know there's some incentives in there around accessible properties. I'm thinking about, the points that can be gained for programs like AHIP or through CMHC lending. What are you hearing or seeing in terms of the product that's out there? Are we starting to see a difference in accessible homes that are being provided, or even accessible units that are being included in projects?
When we spoke with some of the city-owned facilities, we are seeing an improvement in accessibility within those, but we need to go beyond that into market housing. And we need to have our developers build accessible, because they're building barriers into the system. And we do not see any improvement in that at all. And this is a big concern for all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and I was just pulling up the correspondence that you sent us related to accessible housing, and there was sort of a longer list of recommendations or suggestions. Where would you suggest we really focus our efforts at this point when it comes to moving the needle or moving the dial on accessible units and accessible housing?
Probably, well, a big part of it is education. But more direct, it would be tax incentives for developers to build accessible. Probably the most direct approach to actually build.
Yeah, and can you elaborate on that a little bit? Like that doesn't exist today, does it? No. Okay, but there are other jurisdictions that have explored that, and it sounds like that is a model that is functioning in other jurisdictions.
I believe it.
Interesting. Okay, well, I might follow up on that front, just to gain a better understanding of what tools and levers we have municipally, what might be a better fit provincially, and beyond. So thank you for that. I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much, and really appreciate all the work that you've provided over the past number of years and the great successes that have happened under your leadership. Earlier today we were speaking with the design committee, and they obviously play a very important role in ensuring urban design on private property is inclusive. Can you tell me about any relationship that you have with that committee and the work that they've done on their urban design principles?
We've never met with them directly, but that doesn't mean to say that I mean, the city, like the city department, but in terms of our committee, not directly.
Yeah, okay, that's really interesting. I don't know if there is someone from administration online who could speak to any opportunities to sort of link or have some dialogue between EDC and the AAC.
Hi, it's Judy Smith, the Director of Community Investment, where all of our support for the advisory boards and community services or in social development sit right now. And we'll be happy to look into that link and make sure the accessibility board gets an opportunity to meet the right people.
Great, that's so exciting, and I think great timing just as the EDC is finishing up some of their new guidance. And maybe, even as we're looking into the future in terms of having, specified people on EDC, just thinking about the wealth of expertise that exists in the AAC to support that work. But that was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thanks very much. Tanya, so you're stepping down as chair, but are you staying on the committee?
Yes, I am. I have one more year.
Okay, good. Okay, so we won't be losing that that knowledge and everything. So thank you very much. And I'm just wondering, with the change from from an advocacy role to more of an advisory role, how have you managed that change, and any tips for any other committees?
I don't think it was really so much a matter of managing that change, because that's sort of what we've been trying to do for like the whole time that I've been on the committee, which is 7 at the moment. It all comes down to council and admin's response and advancing accessibility.
Okay, and I think even sort of acting as an advocate as well, you were still doing that advisory role to council all along, right?
Yes, and I do have to say our committee right now is fantastic. We have really robust, really excellent conversations and meetings, and they really provide a whole lot of insight and guidance.
Well, that probably goes to somebody's leadership of that committee too. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much. So if there's no further questions, is there anyone who would like to speak to this item? If not, we'll go to, Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, thanks. I wanted to briefly, always great work from all of our boards, agency boards. I didn't have questions on a lot of them, but in particular, Tanya, just wanted to, I know this is probably like less formal, but just say thank you. You've been doing incredible work over at the AAC for such a long time. So glad that you're there still for another year. Since this is like, my farewell tour, I wanted to just say thank you and say really appreciate all of your work, all of the advocacy, and we've seen such a dramatic shift in the city. And that's a direct result of the work you've done and the many others who are on that committee each and every day. So just my appreciation for all that you've done over the years, and glad to know you'll be there for a year longer, but even when that ends, I know you'll be greatly missed. So thank you.
Thank you. It's been the most rewarding professional experience of my life.
Councillor Tang.
Well, I don't know if I have much to add to that, but I want to echo my gratitude. When I signed on for the AAC committee, I didn't know what to expect, but certainly I've learned so much from every single committee members, and every year, with new members being added, I find the conversation, as Tanya has said, very rich. Opening up new perspective for me, and every day I'm thinking about accessibility all around me, sometimes in ways I didn't expect. I think that goes to show the leadership of Tanya as a chair, as a longstanding member, but also to all the members there, and the expertise they bring through their lived experience. I know you've expressed a little bit of the concern with the administrative support in your letter. I know the transition is just happening, and certainly I'm very committed to kind of see how we can make that transition as smooth as possible. and always welcome feedback from the chair, the next chair, and committee members about how I can play a better role in supporting all of you in your work. So thank you for being here and for your presentation. I look forward to seeing you tonight.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for the discussion. And Tanya, echoing the thanks and gratitude from my colleagues around the table for your years of dedication and service, and to everyone on the Accessibility Advisory Committee for helping build a city that's good for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, moving along to our next committee, it's the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. And we have both co-chairs, I believe, with us. We have Melanie Hoffman and Jacob Komar, who are both online. Jacob and Melanie, are you there?
Yes, hello, councillors.
Excellent. Well, thank you both for joining us today. Nice to see you. We'll give you some time to do a bit of an overview and share some words, and then we'll go into some questions from colleagues. So take it away.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully my daughter recognizes that I'm in a meeting. I was not expecting her home right now. I'm presenting to council. Do you need anything? Okay. Sorry. She is on her way to karate. All right. So we are really grateful to council that you have the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee as an advisory committee to council and administration. It's been another really good year of collaboration and learning together as we have been living through, once again, another hottest year on record, which for us locally, of course, really culminated with the wildfires reaching Jasper in the summer and Edmonton being home to many families as they were evacuated here. We know that that is not a situation that is going to improve in the next decades, but the work that you are doing and that the city is leading is going to, we hope, with our support, continue to do as much as it can so that in her lifetime, things get better. Ophelia, no, I need to be alone. And so we're continuing to see really strong action with City Council taking steps forward on substantial completion and priority growth areas, noting pushback that may be happening at other orders of government. We are really excited about the zoning bylaw that you passed last year and the success that housing starts and increased infill are giving in order to continue to lower our emissions overall. It is really important for you to continue the leadership that you are providing, and we're really excited for what administration is working on and continuing to bring forward. And so in 2024, we provided 4 memos to council and spoke at 6 committee meetings. You've got the list of details in our report, but of course, really important for us in that context was taking a clear position on city investments in hydrogen and the realities of the science and engineering of hydrogen, being able to engage in district plans and substantial completion, and just the importance of limiting growth, of course, both for affordability, livability of communities, and also for our emissions goals. We are glad to continue to be able to support culture change and have had some good meetings with the Climate Task Force, continue to have really strong collaboration with our
I'd like to say our team at the team that supports us on administration's side. And we also had an opportunity to meet with the city manager and the interim city manager at the time, the deputy city manager, to communicate about our hopes and priorities. This is something that we really want to see more of yet. I think for us, one place where that really became clear again recently was in the 12-0 vote to approve the Nordic Spa, that the culture change across council and administration is not where we would like to see it. From my perspective, for all the Edmonton businesses that are engaged in the Corporate Climate Leaders program and are working hard and investing to bring down their emissions, to approve without further requirements a project that's going to have incredible emissions intensity per square foot, as much as I love myself a good sauna, is very troubling. And so looking forward to continue to do that work, and would really like to see a chief climate officer hired, as was announced some years ago now, to continue to lead that culture change and support a true emergency response as we find ourselves in a marathon in that context. We are really happy to continue to hear presentations from administration in our regular meetings. Next one is coming up on Thursday. And so really seeing good discussion there on input on how the climate resilience planning and development framework is being developed, and other ways in which our resilience strategy and our energy transition strategy are being brought forward. So with that, we are very much looking forward to your questions and any conversations that we can have today. Just want to say a big thank you for the support we have from staff, in particular, of course, from our liaison, Heather. Very helpful in doing this work as a volunteer. And we are looking forward to continuing to contribute so that every decision is a climate decision and is taking care of our health and well-being in that thorough way. So with that, I will see if Jacob has anything that he wants to add before we hand it over.
Maybe just that this year we already sent one memo, and we're looking forward to further discussion if you have any questions or engagement on that, and to see what happens on the energy utilities. And we're also preparing another big memo. The theme of our memos is trying to be big climate action without any cost or very minimal cost from the city, because we realize that these are tough times. So that's it.
Thank you both. I really appreciate you being with us. So we'll turn to colleagues for questions. I'll go to Councillor Jans if you're keen to put the motion forward.
So moved.
Second.
Great. Thank you for that. And do you have questions as well?
I do.
Go ahead.
May I? Yeah. Thank you both. It's an incredible learning opportunity to work with both of you. I wanted to ask you to kind of share, maybe, it's not a fair question to the committee, but maybe you both could speak personally as co-chairs, but you're kind of being asked to take on this enormous job of providing feedback to the fifth largest city in Canada on this massive existential threat to human life around the planet, and you're being told to have a meeting a month and provide some feedback and maybe come and speak and share notes and stuff. And I wanted to unpack for you kind of like, is this a fair ask to put on an ordinary human being, kind of to say, here is the this enormous onerous emergency that we've declared, and we don't take that word emergency lightly. But then as you highlight, there's still the machinations of life that continue, and how how do you kind of hold that tension, and how do you either balance community members and committee members who just get frustrated and burn out or turn off, with then still running a functional committee, and how do we pace ourselves, and like are we being fair to you?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Jans. I think from my perspective, being able to have this opportunity to more deeply understand how decisions are made at the municipal level, what decisions are made at the municipal level, and being able to provide feedback in a context where there's a possibility that your feedback is taken seriously and at face value is something that feels incredibly worthy of my time and energy, because I'm going to be continuing to be aware of the progression of the climate and ecological emergency globally, whether I do this work or not. So I might as well be engaged in this conversation as long as it is a conversation that feels like it is leading to some version of the transformative change that I believe most, if not all of us, understand we need. And so I look for those opportunities for impactful engagement, and this has felt more often than not like it is one, although every now and again things happen that make you question whether this is where you should be investing your time. So I really appreciate each and every one of the individuals working in administration and working on council who are contributing to the public's ability to move forward together on this transition.
Jacob, do you want to take a crack at that, or?
I mean, that was a big question, Councillor Jans. I think I could spend an hour talking about this question. I think we definitely see it in some committee members feeling hopeless and burnt out, feeling like some of the things we're doing don't matter or aren't having an impact, which at the same time isn't fair to you. I think this council has done more than any other council, let alone any other council in probably Canada, to advance some of this work, and yet your hands are tied because these decisions need to be discussed at a global and a provincial and at a federal level, and they just aren't. The system is not set up for that. So without going down a rabbit hole, I think for me, it's some of the most rewarding work and also frustrating work, because I realize the limits that are imposed on us and yourselves on doing this work, and the fact that even if you were to go faster and harder, like we say, you're going to hit roadblocks with public discourse and everything else. So I'll leave it at that, but
no, very fair.
Expand it.
Well, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to get a little bit of additional clarity around the establishment of the additional subcommittee, and maybe just if you could explain sort of what's happening now and how this might help things function a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Councillor Salvador. So what we're finding is, and I guess actually Councillor Jans's question kind of gets at that too, we meet every couple or 3 months for a few hours on an emergency. And we spend most of that time discussing some updates and reports from council, sorry, not from council, from administration, which is, of course, the majority of what we want to be able to engage with. However, what that often means is that we cannot be easily responsive to emergent items, as well as that structure really limiting our ability to allow the knowledge and experience in the committee to emerge and do the work that we see as our opportunity to contribute to the city's efforts. And so those are some of the things that subcommittee really helps us be able to advance.
Okay, that's helpful. And I guess just on that note, thinking about, I was reading the description here, it talks about the subcommittee will be able to focus on matters that require more quick actions and response. How do you plan on sort of prioritizing within the long list of priorities? Would those emergent items or the ones that require quick actions, they would still be aligned to the overall priorities of the committee, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, amazing. Cool. Well, that's really helpful. I will take the chair back.
I'll return to the chair.
Any other questions? Councillor Jantz has stepped away. But Councillor Wright, do you have a question? Go ahead.
Okay, I'm on the board now. Okay. You mentioned the Chief Climate Officer. Why is that important? Because I've been waiting for it too.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We've had some interesting discussions about this because in some ways, there's maybe the thought that like hanging climate on one position is not setting the city up for success, because what we need is the climate lens to be present for everyone. But who is that individual who has the capacity, the knowledge to support an organization as large as the City of Edmonton to be able to center a climate lens in all decisions, in everything that's happening, to help everyone be able to understand how their job is a climate job and how the work that they do has the potential to be transformational towards the future city that we're all wanting to build together. And so having one person whose primary responsibility is that work is the big benefit that we see there. It's really, really foundational that our city manager has a strong mandate, and that our city manager is able to support all of that through his position, but to not put all of that on the shoulders of people who already have many other things that are going to be their top priorities. It's this difficulty of weaving a topic in, right? Accessibility directly relates to all of this too. So I'm thinking back to our previous committee that, yeah, having a designated person when we have a declared climate emergency and we do not have clarity of like when we're not going to have a declared climate emergency anymore and how the administration overall is really thoroughly responding to that. That's why we're excited about that position from my perspective. Maybe Jacob has some.
So it's more someone to sort of lead the charge across the organization, not just putting an environmental lens on a report that we receive. Is that right?
It's about having a climate voice at the executive leadership table.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Great, thank you.
Continue to advocate.
Excellent. So I'm not seeing any further questions on the board. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this? Councillor Hamilton.
Hi. I appreciate the report today. I just want to click on because I flagged in my notes that ETCRC has been highly critical of council's decisions, and I don't think it is helpful for us, not from a climate lens, but I appreciate so much of this discussion today from your perspective or from the perspective of the board has been about understanding where council ends up in terms of how our decisions are being made. But I just want to flag that it is making the work you're trying to do really hard to defend. And I don't think that's your intention, but that is nonetheless the consequence of it. And I appreciate that council declared an emergency, which I supported. I appreciate that council has made this a high priority, which I also supported. But I calling out both council and administration as not having absorbed or not being champions of climate change is, I think, not fair to our city staff, including the planning department, who've worked really hard to incorporate that, and also not fair to this council, which I agree with you, Jacob, that is it is a council that has put a lot of its political capital on the line, and if I'm being honest about where polling is, this council has worn it more than any other council. It makes it incredibly, it puts council in a really precarious position. As you know, when it comes to planning decisions, there's a myriad of things that this council has to take into account, but it's also a quasi-judicial process. And I recognize that we'll never be able to do enough to satisfy what needs to be done on climate and municipal level. But I'm somewhat personally offended that this council and so many of the champions around the table don't get, like, a lot of people have really gone to bat on this file, and it's really hard to carry on that work if the people who are supposed to be helping you are backbiting you in that process. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, to close.
Yeah, I want to thank the committee members again. It's a fantastic opportunity, and I really appreciate their contributions. The term moral injury comes to mind, that, you're asking people to be a part of such a enormous task and such complex work in an area that's increasingly frustrating and limiting in terms of, even with the best policy advice and decisions at the local level, we can still be subject to override from provincial government and federal government and other international bodies based on consequences around the world, etc. So that being said, I think I found the work, in particular, some of the work around substantial completion or the tree bylaw, all of these questions that I myself wouldn't necessarily have the time to research and answer, having these thoughtful conversations with the committee. I think of the wildfire preparedness conversation we had, where experts came in and engaged with the committee, and our fire department had this opportunity to have a frank conversation with your leadership, and I think that was much appreciated. So again, I just want to thank all of you for your time, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just need your vote, Councillor Salvador.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Thank you. And thank you to Jacob and Melanie for being with us today, and for the ongoing work of the committee, which is, as we heard, incredibly difficult and challenging, but deeply appreciate your dedication.
Thank you.
Many thanks.
All right, so we're moving on to our next committee, which was actually going to be after the dinner break, but I think we have Emily Batty online?
ETSUB is ready to go, yes.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, so the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board is up next. Hi, Emily.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good, good. Well, happy to have you with us today. We will take some time to hear from you. I see you have a presentation as well, and then we'll follow that up with some questions from committee members. Please go ahead. Or sorry, council members. We're at council. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Emily Batty. I'm the chair of the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board. I'd like to start by acknowledging my fellow board members, our ETS liaison and administrative support, and Councillor Rutherford, all of whom are instrumental in our work and help keep our board running. Our mandate at ETSAB is to provide advice to council from a stakeholder perspective on issues relating to transit, including ridership, mix of vehicles, relationship between city projects and transit, reviewing initiatives of other levels of government or surrounding municipalities that could affect transit, repair, maintenance, accessibility issues, servicing issues, and transit policies. Next slide, please. In 2024, we identified 3 broad goals to guide our work. So firstly, we wanted to provide timely follow-up on key transit issues scheduled to be presented to council. In order to effectively meet this goal, we established and refined our processes around identifying which issues we wanted to provide feedback on. So at every board meeting, we review what transit-related reports will be coming to council in the next few months to determine what requires a response from ETSAB. We call this sort of our rapid response process. So we assign a board member to help collect and compile the feedback and put it into a format that we can then provide to council. So some of the topics that we provided feedback on in the last year are the public spaces bylaw, the bus network service plan, and transit needs to meet population growth. Some of the challenges that we faced around this goal were ensuring consistency and clarity in collecting the feedback, and just improving our transparency around submissions, like the format of the submission, who actually makes the submission, and those types of details. So this is going to play into our goals for the upcoming year. Our second goal was we wanted to complete reports developed by our subcommittees to proactively provide information to council about transit issues. This year, we worked on a report related to the perception of safety on the LRT, which was recently presented to the Urban Planning Committee, and a letter to council regarding fare evasion, which was in relation to discussions around the fare gates at LRT stations. In previous years, we've done more reports and had more subcommittees, but this year was a little challenging in sort of developing our processes around administrative support and ensuring that subcommittees could be live streamed in public. But those challenges have largely been resolved, so we hope to really focus on these proactive subcommittees and reports in the upcoming year. Third, our board strive to maintain and improve collaborative relationships with other boards and agencies. So this year we nominated a new liaison to work with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, because transit issues and accessibility issues can often be closely related or intertwined. And next slide, please. Some of the activities we completed in 2024, we had our monthly board meetings and received presentations on transit priority measure implementation plan, the bus network plan, rezoning of priority growth areas, mass transit implementation, the LRT seating options and features, infrastructure enhancements for transit facilities, and the ride transit funding gap. We provided feedback on a variety of subjects, many of which I covered in the previous slide. Next slide, please. Looking forward to the 2025-2026 year, our goals are quite similar to what we had last year. So first, we want to complete and present reports to council related to work conducted by our subcommittees. This is really our main priority, since this is our chance to be proactive and provide information about transit issues that are important to us at ETSAB and to Edmontonians, and really focus on that stakeholder perspective of transit issues. Second, we want to continue to provide timely advice on transit-related issues coming to council. This is a more reactive goal, but it is equally important. And third, we'd like to improve our board processes and address some of the challenges we've had over the last year. This is really just our chance to be self-reflective, to continue to improve, and the specific areas that we'd like to refine our processes going forward are around new member orientation, and submission of feedback, such as creating templates or ensuring up-to-date contact lists. Next slide, please. Oops, sorry, one back to the 2025 subcommittees. Thank you. So for 2025, 2026, we're proposing 4 subcommittees. We have administrative support to conduct 2 concurrent subcommittees. So we would begin work on the first 2 topics immediately and then start up those other topics once we finish those first 2. So just some information on how we selected these topics. We recently held our annual retreat to brainstorm, develop ideas, and discuss upcoming and ongoing transit issues. Based on our brainstorming results, we did a prioritization exercise to categorize the impact and the amount of work involved with each idea. And then from that, we selected the ideas that we believe would be high impact topics and selected topics that would be reasonable for the amount of workload. So the first 2 topics we're proposing are sort of a higher workload. So we're prioritizing those to start first. And then as we get through those, we can start on those lower effort topics. So the topics we are proposing for our subcommittees are the fair funding gap. So outlining SAF's position on the discrepancy between target and actual revenue to cost ratio of transit service. Secondly, an art card review of the user experience. So identifying misconceptions, shortcomings, opportunities related to the user experience of the art card. Our third topic, mapping and navigation at bus stops. So providing options for improving visual appeal and wayfinding at bus stops. And fourth, reviewing pet-friendly transit. So looking at best practices around how we can create a pet-friendly transit while respecting the needs of all transit users. You can go to the next slide, and thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation. We'll now go to questions from councillors. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll start by putting the motion on the floor that the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board request to establish 4 subcommittees for the 2025 work plan as outlined in attachment 3 of the city clerk report be approved.
Second.
Okay, that was moved by Councillor Rutherford, second by Councillor Katang. Go ahead with questions.
Yeah, so I just wanted to go back. First of all, thanks for being here. Great presentation. I really liked your slide that talked about some of the goals and then also some of the challenges with achieving that goals. And that's something we haven't heard other committees saying today. And I know we've had lots of conversations about it. I wanted to dig into the thing around like the rapid response and some of the sequencing, because this is something I've noticed just around committees in general, is like they're only, and I think I brought this up to council at the last time that this was here, is like if committees are only getting a report when it's published, and then they want to give feedback on it, they don't have a board meeting in time for it to be necessarily a board position or an advisory board position. So that's why you've done the rapid response, where it's more a collection of individual committee members' thoughts as opposed to that board. But would your preference be to continue that? Or do you think that is a good way forward? Or would you like to see how we as council could be better sequencing for our advisory committees to give us that more unified perspective on items that are topical to whatever area of advisory we're dealing with?
That's a great question. Thank you. It's a hard question to answer, I think, too. I would say in an ideal world, we'd be able to get those reports further in advance so we could come up with a more unified board perspective. But equally, we don't always have a unified perspective. We are 12 different voices. We don't always agree on the same things. And I also would like to respect that administration puts a lot of work into these reports, and sometimes it's hard for them to get them sort of more than that week in advance. So yeah, like I said, ideally it would be nice to get them in advance so we can create sort of a more unified perspective, but we are happy working within the constraints that we have as well.
Yeah, and while it's not in this report because it was 2025, I really appreciated the public spaces, a rapid response that ETS Advisory Board also did. When you talk about goal 1, though, you talk about challenges around clarity and transparency around submission process. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
Yeah, that's sort of taking some of our internal board feedback. Just when we start collecting that feedback, sometimes the board member in charge might not be sure how to format it or how to sort of get it all together. So it'd be nice to just internally sort of refine that process, maybe have a template that makes it easier for the board member in charge to just sort of plot things in. And then in terms of submitting it, making sure that everyone is CC'd on those submissions and not just the people that responded. So we all have a clear understanding of what has been presented. So it's really just sort of an internal process thing.
Okay, no, that helps. And I really like the pet-friendly transit. Can you tell me more about how that one got selected?
Yeah, absolutely. That came out of discussion at our annual retreat. I think that's something we're all enthusiastic about, is making sure that all Edmontonians can use transit effectively. And for people with pets, that might include bringing their pet to the vet, for example, or just getting through Edmonton with their pet, which is not always feasible within the current restrictions. So we'd like to just do that sort of jurisdictional scan, find out what some best practices are for allowing pets on transit, but also respecting that we need to make space for example, people with allergies or phobias that may not want to see those pets around as well. So we need to respect all users' rights on transit.
I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Really, really appreciate the work that you're doing in your presentation to us today. I just wanted to follow up on the planned actions for this year. So I think, the idea of pets on transit, I think, is a really wonderful example of, a user rider-driven approach, just noticing this gap in our community and maybe initiating some first thoughts and steps around this topic. I think maybe so a couple of the other ones, looking at ARC card implementation and also the funding gap, those seem like areas of work that our city staff are maybe already looking at and undertaking, and with significantly more resources to undertake those. So wondering how the committee sees themselves sort of complementing and supporting maybe that work that's already happening with city staff, rather than, taking or, duplicating or sort of doing this not in collaboration.
Yeah, absolutely. So for example, with the fair funding gap, that one we felt was very important coming into an election year, in that we recognize that the transit goals for fare recovery are not in alignment with it, which is actually being recovered. So we felt it was important to make sure we get that user perspective, or the Edmontonian perspective, of how important it is to have affordable transit. So even if we aren't meeting those targets, ensuring that we have laid out our position of why affordable transit is so important. And we do really appreciate the work that this council has supported in keeping transit affordable. But again, going into the election year, we want to make sure our position is very clearly laid out. And with the ARC card, for example, that one is really more about providing that stakeholder perspective. So we know that ETS does a lot of work in evaluating the ARC card. but this would be really more specific to that user perspective, as well as sort of looking at not only the problems with it, but that sort of step forward as we move into open payment. How is this rolling out? How is it easy for users? Where are the opportunities for improvement?
Okay, no, that's really helpful. So I think what I'm hearing from you is the way that this work kind of complements, because recognizing that I think city administration is doing detailed surveys of ARC users. I think what I'm hearing is that you're really bringing in sort of that qualitative or storytelling side of the picture. So not necessarily quantitative, statistically valid surveys necessarily, but again, sort of that personal side, representing those perspectives. Is that kind of the idea?
Exactly. We really want to focus on that user perspective and bring sort of our expertise to the table as transit users.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, thank you so much for that, and thanks for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Not seeing further questions. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this item? Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just want to end with some gratitude. I think many might recall there's been quite a huge change in the composition of ETS advisory board in the last little while, and new leadership, and Emily's done amazing work in that capacity. But I think Councillor Stevenson touched on something that is, I think this committee is particularly grappled with, which is ETS does have a lot of data. They do collect a lot of information. And so where does the advisory board fit into that to both augment but also provide a different valued expertise lens for council decision making? And so they really grappled with that at the last retreat that Emily was mentioning here. And I think ARC card is a perfect example of last time it came forward, it was more of an analysis of the ARC card. This year, they're really focused on that user experience. What are some of those things that might be worth considering for council as we move forward with the ARC card rollout? The funding fare gap was one that I had the pleasure to drop in for a portion of that retreat, and I did highlight to them, council is making so many decisions now in 2025 and into 2026 related to transit. Related to fare amounts. At that point, we didn't know if the province was going to come to the table with the funding for the low-income transit pass, and if we were going to have to fill that gap further. So I was just providing that context of that when we're talking about advisory committees, we are making a lot of decisions about funding and transit. So that's, I think, the intent that working with ETS Advisory Board, they came up with around the funding gap. Not doing the work of necessarily addressing the funding gap, but also why the choices we make on transit, to expand transit, to invest in more buses, to invest in more service hours, to make our DATs and our on-demand more reliable and better every day was the key there. Obviously, I didn't have any influence on this one, but I love the friendly transit one, and I can't wait. And I think Emily really talked about it a lot in terms of there is other things to consider. There's so much, it seems so easy and so straightforward. Of course, like dogs on trains, woo. But then it's like phobias and allergies and so many other layers. And so I think it's going to be a really interesting report, and I'm so excited for that. And then the mapping and the navigation. The more we can make our systems more able to navigate for the user, and from a user perspective, the better we can build the systems that actually do create that reliability. And so I think that this work plan that ETS Advisory Board has come forward with is really topical, really focused on their expertise and their knowledge that they bring as active and avid transit users and individuals that are just plainly passionate about transit, right? They love transit, they believe in it, they use it and they see the overall benefit. And so I'm so honored and humbled every time I get to go to an ETS advisory board meeting and hear their brilliant perspectives and learn from them each and every day that I've been able to do that. So thank you so much for this awesome presentation and for the great work you did in 2024. And I'm looking forward to seeing what ETS Advisory Board does in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Great. Well, thank you so much, Emily. Really appreciate you being with us today, and all the work that you and the rest of the committee put into making our transit system as good as it can be, and your dedication to continual improvement. It's really appreciated. And looking forward to the work ahead, too. All right. So I think we're just going to pause for a moment for a little bit of agenda management, just to make sure we're all on the same page before we break for dinner. And I'll just look to the city clerk here. We have 3 more committees left, and my understanding is just based on timing and scheduling for those folks that will be coming back at 6 p.m. To connect with WAVE, followed by Youth Council, and then the Edmonton Combative Sports Commission.
That makes the most sense, yes.
Okay, fantastic. And nothing else that we're good? Yeah. Okay.
Those are our last 3
great.
items, yes.
Wonderful. Okay, well, we'll take a recess until 6 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. call. And I'll start with, I don't think Councillor Wright is here yet, unless she's online. Councillor Wright? No. Councillor Knack?
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Stevens, Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Stevenson?
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette? Councillor Tang, I believe, is on her way. Councillor Hamilton?
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Rutherford?
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel?
Good evening.
Councillor Rice?
Hello.
Councillor Jans?
Hello.
Hello. All right. Okay, so our next item is wave. Wonderful. Okay, so we have both Echo Kaiser and JC Manine with us this evening from Wave. And thank you both so much for being here. We have some time for you to offer a bit of presentation and opening remarks, and then we'll go around to see if anyone has questions. So we'll turn things over to you. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I don't know why that sounded so Texan for a second, but yeah, really great. Good evening. Hi, Mea Kisagao. My name is JC Manine. I am one of the 2 co-chairs newly elected back in November 2024, and we're going to be presenting for you guys the annual report for 2024. Really exciting. So yeah, that's why we're all here. But the annual report has been developed to meet the requirements of Bylaw 18156, Council Committees Bylaw, which sets out the annual reporting requirements for council committees, such as that we report to council at least once annually, along with the approval of a work plan that aligns with council's strategic objectives and the council committee mandate, including a reporting of resources were provided in the previous year and the anticipated resource requirements for the upcoming year. Cool, and the next slide. There we go, thank you. WAVE's mandate is as followed: provide recommendations to council about women's and gender-based issues and opportunities in relation to council policies, priorities, and decisions, promote leadership development to empower Edmonton women to fully participate in civic life, and research and provide information and resources about women's gender-based issues and opportunities to Edmontonians. Below, we have strategic goals. Number 1, advocate to Edmonton City Council on critical issues affecting women and gender-diverse people. 2, improve quality of life for women and gender-diverse people in Waskahigan, empower women and gender-diverse people to get involved in different ways with municipal government.
Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so this is gonna be a bit of a summary of the progress that we made in 2024. So some of that was we successfully rallied for the creation of a 2S LGBTQIA+ action plan, fulfilling goal 1 of our mandate. We also successfully finished Equity in Motion strongly with excellent community turnout, fulfilling goal 3 of our mandate. We also completed engagement with the Vehicle for Hire team, enabling proper training to be mandated for drivers and fulfilling goal 2 of our mandate. And we also increased overall community engagement through the expansion of our social media following across all platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn, allowing for more efficient methods of communication with Edmontonians. Next slide, please. So summary for goal 2. Just an overview of this. We had diligent engagement with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy team, ensuring a GBA plus lens was taken in all aspects of the initiative, and input resulted in missing aspects of the project being identified and adjusted accordingly. We also required training enacted to decrease incidents of discrimination or negative rider experience based on gender, religion, ability, and sexuality. Engagement with the Transit Safety Initiative resulted in perspective taken into account that were not previously considered, and increased social media following has allowed for greater community engagement, which is a key tenet of our work. Next slide, please. And for goal 3, summary of our progress for this, we increased our social media engagement following the Equity in Motion speaker series. As was previously mentioned, this increased our community engagement and empowerment strategy. Work started on the creation of more online content to further empower women and gender diverse people. We also did a lot of work in magnifying the work of existing organizations, which resulted in excellent turnout and engagement with their programs, furthering their mission and the mandate of WAVE in turn. And we also had a vast reduction in chair burnout following the implementation of the co-chair model, demonstrating the success of this leadership model. So no co-chair has needed to take a leave of absence, contrary to the prior trend of chairs or vice chairs needing to take a leave. That was a consistent issue that we had noticed, and implementing the co-chair model did effectively deal with that problem. And we've continued advocacy to reduce burnout among women and gender diverse volunteers and counselors.
Next slide. There we go. Thank you. Here we go. In addition to the aforementioned, we also took on website management, social media management, and we met with Edmonton Youth Council, Accessibility Advisory Committee, and Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee to speak with the mayor about the fall budget adjustment. We also attended City Hall school events on multiple occasions and attended J. Percy Page High School to teach leadership class about WAVE. We also, I believe, next slide. Yes, the things to note for topics and motions for the first quarter are the ongoing discussion to include gender diverse people in the mandate, the approval of the strategic plan and work plan for 2024-2026 involvement with the LRT infrastructure planning and mass transit discussion, and having a hand in approval of the queer specific advisory committee. Number 8, also for the second and third quarter, we were also involved in priority growth area rezoning project, approved projects like the Active Citizen Series and a continuation of Equity in Motion. We're also involved in the CSWB strategy and the Violence Prevention Action Plan. And then finally, for the last quarter, the co-chair model pilot was a success and was amended into our bylaw. We're involved in the fall budget discussion. We had co-chair nominations and liaised with the Edmonton Police Commission, new policy subcommittee co-chairs, and we also had discussions about what our social media presence was going to look like after Parados contract ended. Also, we were involved in the affordable housing investment policy. Oh, we're a couple slides behind, sorry. Say that. There we go. Okay, next, one more slide. And then one more. There we go, now we're here. For communication, we sent many, but the highlights are the public spaces bylaw briefing, the briefing on safe and inclusive public spaces related to the Queer Advisory Committee, a letter regarding the corporate homelessness plan, and the letter regarding the fall budget adjustment. Our current membership is as follows on the screen. I think that's next slide. Sorry, I talk very fast. Sorry. Our current membership is as follows on the screen. We have a couple people leaving, but we're just finishing up our recruitment cycle.
Okay. So for the work plan for the incoming year, I'm just going to talk a little bit about that. Next slide, please. So some of the outcomes is we're developing a framework and process developed to streamline the process, subject matter expert network developed and consulted as needed, brief submitted to council on areas of concern, and engaged with council on critical issues related to the WAVE mandate. You can see the action items outlined here for that for goal 1. For goal 2, if we can go to the next slide, please. So again, for this one, we have relevant City of Edmonton branches are informed and engaged on WAVE's area of interest. WAVE's impact is measured through a tracking framework that was previously mentioned. Research sharing is implemented into the social media strategy, as well as encouraging feedback from community. An input section will be added to the website to allow for direct communication with community on key issues that directly affect them, and implementation of the Financial Fridays project and the Indigenous Learning Series on social media and the WAVE website.
Awesome. So also part of our Empower Women and Gender Diverse People get involved with different ways. We also have Help Women and Gender Diverse People learn about how to engage with council on critical issues.
identify and support groups that help promote gender diversity on council, civic engagement, identify areas to reduce burnout with women and gender diverse people on council and on WAVE, identify and advocate for the removal of barriers to civic engagement that would disproportionately affect women and gender diverse people. We also have Equity in Motion. The podcast will act as a continuation of original Equity in Motion speaker series, but the podcast format will make the project more accessible and allow for a wider reach. This project continues the work of the original speaker series by educating and empowering women to get, and gender diverse people to get involved in municipal governments through various areas of impact. The Active Citizenship social media and website project will further act as an education and empowerment tool. And then continue with the involvement with City Hall School.
So in line with Goal 1, we would like to request the policy subcommittee be continued as it was from last year. This subcommittee will continue to be tasked with drafting briefing notes, letters, and conducting additional research, all to be deliberated during main committee meetings, while the committee as a whole will contribute to thought leadership. The actual drafting, editing, and gathering of information will be undertaken within the policy subcommittee. So motions pertinent to this endeavor will be proposed by the committee as a whole during the regular meetings for the subcommittee to address. Transferring this workload to the subcommittee will allow for the main monthly meetings to prioritize delegation, actions, and discussions. Given the time-intensive nature of drafting and compiling, involving the entire committee is more or less unnecessary for that. Moreover, swift action is often required when submitting letters and correspondences to Edmonton City Council, and a dedicated subcommittee can ensure accountability and proactive engagement among its members, facilitating timely research and initial drafts. Administrative support to run the subcommittee will be required with respect to attending the monthly meetings, live streaming, and subcommittee agendas and meeting minutes. A co-chair model will be maintained for the subcommittee to ensure accountability and the work and to further reduce burnouts. And that's it. Does anyone have any questions for us?
Great, well, thank you so much for the presentation and thorough overview. I'll go to Councillor Rutherford, if you'd like to put the motion on the floor, and if you have any questions.
Yeah, I'll move that the Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton's committee request to establish one subcommittee for their 2025 work plan as outlined in attachment 3 be approved.
Second.
Great, and do you have any questions?
Yes, you mentioned the podcast as one of the actions for 2025. When is the first one going to drop?
It is currently slated for the end of March.
Amazing. And what's that topic on? Can you just give the many Edmontonians that are listening today a teaser in what they...
Sure. So the first episode is going to be talking about the world of women and gender diverse people in sports and how that relates to municipal governance. We're also going to be having another episode on law, and then the last one will be social activism.
Great. Very cool. So anybody listening, watch for it to drop. I asked the same question to the ETS Advisory Board as the council appointed member there, and I think that there is just a challenge around some of the sequencing, and I know because you're wanting to give, the women and gender diverse perspective on things that affect or decisions of council. And then sometimes, again, I mentioned if the report's not coming out, and then by the time the report comes out, you don't have another committee of the whole in which to approve it, is it really challenging? So I just wanted to give you space to sort of talk a bit about that and how council can support that sequencing for WAVE to be able to successfully share their voice.
That is something that we've had a fair bit of difficulty with in the past. We've had very quick turnaround. We're talking a few days we hear about an issue, and then we have to very quickly draft a letter or some kind of briefing, which is very difficult when you have people that work full-time day jobs. That's part of what the policy subcommittee will help with. But, you know, having a little bit more warning when things are coming out so we have time to discuss as a committee, so we're not having to scramble via email to figure out what position we're going to take on certain things. Just having a little bit more warning for things would be appreciated, yes.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask each of you, what is one thing that you want to highlight is a pressing thing that as a woman or gender diverse person, what is a pressing thing that council needs to be thinking about with regards to making decisions for women and gender diverse folks?
I think one of the biggest things, just because things are getting so expensive right now, is just considering that budget, and then also considering just I feel like as someone that is a woman that, you know, is taking care of my family and everything, it's getting so expensive out there. Times are really tough. I live downtown. I see a lot of people that are houseless, that are really struggling out there as well, and it's just a matter of, one, looking at our budget, looking at all the expenses that are just going to be increasing because we're heading into a horrible year when it comes to money issues. But if that's something that could be considered, that would be awesome. But also, if we can also add just a lot more consideration when we're thinking about our houseless neighbors as well. You know, these are people that I see every morning when I'm going to work, and they're my neighbors too. And so thinking about them, I think that would be really awesome as well.
You echo?
For me, as a gender diverse person, somebody that's very visibly a trans person, there are many places in the city that I do not go. There are places that I avoid. When I'm in public, I don't use the public washrooms. I don't belong in the men's washroom because I'm scared about being harassed or hate crimed, and I don't want to go into the women's washroom because I don't want to make women uncomfortable. This is something that affects me and pretty much any other gender diverse person that you ask. I can guarantee we all have at least one story of getting nasty looks or being approached in the washrooms, or just like being in public and not feeling like I am welcome. Or for those of us that have not had the money or the time to legally change our name, there are often a lot of spaces that force you to use your legal name and don't give you a space to put a preferred name or to put pronouns. Things like that. These are things that I think about every single day. These are things that all trans people think about every single day. So I would strongly encourage everybody on council to consider that, at the very least, when we're thinking about washrooms in public spaces. We all need to use the washroom, and I want to be able to use the washroom safely and in comfort.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering about, with Peridot's contract running out, how are you going to manage those communications? Do you have like specific people on committee, or?
Yes, so when we found out about that, we very quickly created a social media, like kind of ad hoc workforce to deal with that. So it's not an official subcommittee by any means, and the capacity is reduced compared to when we had formal social media support, but we do have a few people that handle a lot of our social media and our website.
Okay, so that's spread out as well, so you're not going to get burnout of those volunteers either?
Yeah, we actually reached out to the Edmonton Youth Council because they manage their own social media, so we asked them how they do it, and they gave us a very comprehensive overview of how they manage their social media while also considering burnout and the stress of the volunteers.
That's awesome to hear that you are reaching out to others. Okay, great to hear. Because JC, you weren't looking as comfortable or as confident as Echo was in that response. You got a little more hesitation on that?
No, I think with Wave, they've done nothing but an awesome job when it came to social media. I think when we're looking at, I feel like with Wave, we're still in those building block stages where we're looking at, you know, how much do we want to speak and how much do we want to say on certain topics? What can we say on certain topics and stuff like that? And so it's, but I have full trust in Wave, and I think social media thus far, if you've checked out our page, has been really nice.
Good.
Yeah, it's been really clean and professional, so it's looked really good.
Okay, awesome, okay. And actually then that just sort of made me think of something else too. how have you, and I asked this of the Accessibility Advisory Committee as well, how have you moved from an advocacy role into an advisory role? And how difficult was that?
That was something that took place over time. It came about, I believe that change happened a year or so ago at this point. So it's just a matter of having that open discussion with the committee and refocusing what we were doing, so that reflected in our strategic plan and our work plan, refocusing and making sure that we are keeping in mind council's priorities and focusing on advising instead of advocating per se, which to me is sort of a tomato-tomato issue, but for us it was more of a refocusing of our work.
Okay, rather than sort of public advocacy, you were advocating to council in an advisory role?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then in order to, the conflict, as Councillor Rutherford was talking about, in the short turnaround time for reports and that, would it be your preference that maybe admin connect with you prior to those reports even actually being printed?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then, okay, one last question in regards to the speaker series and that with the law. One, do you have someone with that law background? Like, I don't want to see, or I'd hate to see, as far as, you know, a sort of a liability against WAVE for maybe providing inaccurate advice or...
I can assure you that we reached out to subject matter experts. We did not speak to things that, like, I wouldn't speak to law. I don't know about law, but we reached out to some lawyers that we knew. So we had speakers come and speak with us. We asked them questions. They gave some really amazing information. That goes for all 3 of the episodes. We had subject matter experts come in and talk with us and answer our questions.
Okay, good. So you're covered, we're covered. Excellent. Sounds good.
I did my due diligence, don't worry.
I wouldn't have doubted less than that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you very much. And then for the 2024 the report and also the work plan for the 2025, and really appreciate lots of work, projects and actions were taken and in the past year and move forward to the future. So the few questions here, and for the question 1, because we've yes, we have like women voice, and specifically women voice. I just want to get a sense on the diversity side, and by looking at the activities or the events or project finished, and how that diversity reflects across like our city has like over 70 ethnic like the minority communities. How you balance that to get the representative voice from different minority communities. So I would like to see a little bit more on that piece to really reflect that equitable and an equality value there.
Yeah, with WAVE, a lot of our members are very diverse and we come from a lot of different communities and backgrounds. Part of our recruitment actually is looking at a lot of our different, I think we wanted to, we look at the gaps that we're missing, that we noticed we were missing in part of our recruitment, and we noticed that we actually didn't have a lot of members that were hijabi or that were Muslim. And so we actually went, and that was something that we looked for when it came to recruitment, to come and have that representation as well. And I think in our recruitment, it'll definitely reflect a wider range of different community members as well when it comes to diverse folks from across Edmonton, which is really nice. But yeah, we have a lot of different members that are BIPOC that have that really firm voice at the table, which is awesome.
Okay, thank you. In terms of 2025 work plan, and then I'm so glad to see you have different goals and then really clear outlines and your work plan. Because 2025 is the election year, it's my understanding and we've changed it from like advocacy role to advisory role. So is there any specific point or specific thinking and how you separate your strategic plan or your action and to 2025 really create that distance between the election and then our Wave's voice and activities?
When you say election, are you referring
Yeah.
to the municipal election or the co-chair
Yes,
election?
municipal election, because you talk about, I heard the presentation talk about some connection with the city council or something. So how that distance will be created and between that municipal elections, and then so also Wave's work, and then for that distance.
I don't think that it's possible for us as a municipal advisory committee to have distance from the election because it directly affects both of us in turn, us as a committee and you as a councillor. So I'm not entirely sure what you're asking because we are a product of council.
So what I mean is like for the election years, there are so many activities going on, there's so many campaigns going on, and then what do you see as Wave's role and create that distance between your action, your project, and then between your project, your actions, and then or anything you are doing in the social media and in the media, and then the campaign and for certain candidates and doing. So is there any way to look at that distance there?
Yeah, I think with Wave, something that we've done that is we're going to follow through the new year is actually reducing our scope quite a bit. So we'll be focusing a lot more on, that advisory piece with council. So we'll be having a lot more of our voice be hopefully heard a lot more with council, and we'll be working with Aaron Rutherford as well, Councillor Aaron Rutherford, which is awesome. So that's something we'll be moving forward with. As far as projects are going, again, with the reduction in social media and a reduction in just, our budget's fairly the same, which is great, but but that's something we're looking at, especially for this new year and with this team that we have as well. So it's just that reducing that scope quite a bit, but primarily focusing our efforts instead of being more outwardly, if that makes sense, we're being a bit more inwardly and working directly with council as best we can.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. My time is out.
Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, that goal number 3 also really intrigued me as well, and I think it's excellent that you're making that one of your central work. I mean, when I think about how Wave started, it was by Councillor Bev Essinger when there was only one woman on council, and then 2, and so I think it's really important. I guess my question is, I do see there's a lot of organizations, groups in Edmonton kind of supporting similar efforts in civic engagement. I know you just mentioned that you're trying to work more internally, but are you aware of them? Are you connecting with them? Are you partnering?
Definitely, for sure. We do get a fair few presentations from these organizations because part of what we want to do is elevate the organizations that are already existing, that are doing that fantastic work for women and gender diverse people in Edmonton. Our scope as a council advisory committee is, of course, limited, so we do what we can in elevating the work of these organizations because it falls within our area, but it does fall outside of our scope. So in that way, we're sort of artificially inflating our scope by supporting these other organizations as well.
Yeah, I think, because I do see a lot of parallels in seeing greater gender parity in municipal councils, which I think is there's a real risk. We may even lose the momentum we have. That's certainly the conversation I'm hearing from, not in this room, but certainly a lot of colleagues across the province. I think this group has reached out to myself and Councillor Rutherford, but I just want to make sure you're aware about some of the research that came out a couple years ago with the Barriers Project that highlighted the challenges that women and gender diverse local elected officials in Alberta faced. And is there a way to kind of build on that work? Are you connecting with them? And just want to make sure that they're on your radar.
Interestingly, that you mentioned that, a WAVE member had an idea for a project that has not been yet brought up at a WAVE meeting. So I can't actually say anything yet because it hasn't been discussed or approved just yet, but it is something that's on our radar, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to, I don't have any more questions, but I will say just really value, you have a long history of doing very nonpartisan, excellent community work about raising the profile of women in policy, in politics, and so I just encourage you to continue on that path. Thank you.
Councillor Wright, are you on for a second round? Someone like to move that?
So moved.
Second?
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just, sort of, I guess, following up maybe from Councillor Rice's questions, like you're not, WAVE itself, being a product council, you're not campaigning or endorsing any candidates?
No, because we cannot.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure of that. And then, but are you able to, well, no, maybe you can't either, about encouraging people to vote in the municipal election? Or is that more of an advocacy role?
That is something that we're going to be discussing, actually, relating to the upcoming municipal election in our meeting tomorrow.
Okay.
Actually, so a lot of this is quite timely. It's something that we are thinking about as a committee as we come up to the municipal elections. We want to make sure that we're seeing continued gender parity. That's part of our mandate, is to empower women and gender diverse people to participate in municipal governance. So it's something that we do discuss, yes.
Okay, perfect, awesome. And just a thank you for continuing your presentations at City Hall School as well. Forgot about that, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else on for questions. If there's anyone who would like to speak, you can sign up now. If not, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Just clicking on to speak. Well, first and foremost, as this is a 2024 report, I want to take a moment to thank the outgoing co-chairs that did an amazing job in 2024. So we had Julianne Thurfall and we had Ariza Jua that were on the co-chairs until November 2024. So a big part of last year. And so a lot of the credit for what has happened in 2024 is as a result of them and every other member of WAVE, of course. But I do want to just give them. And then I want to say a big thank you to JC and Echo for stepping up and co-chairing together and jumping into that with your hearts and with the passion that I see you bringing every day. I have no doubt that 2025 will be amazing with the two of you at the helm. And I want to thank Councillor Wright, because Councillor Wright and I also were co-appointed in 2024 to so we had two councillors appointed to WAVE. We decided just from capacity and other things that it just made sense to just have one. I was lucky enough to win the arm wrestle with Councillor Wright, and no, just kidding. She's busy with commission work, and I have really been passionate about this. So I just want to say thank you for her being there for when we first both got appointed, and all of the collective work we did. I think it's helped me to take that baton and keep running. When it comes to advisory, I think that transition has been hard for many of our committees, and WAVE is no doubt. I think Councillor Tang really highlighted it well, of like the birth of this committee was from a very different space and a very different time when, there was a lone woman on council, and there was many women issues facing our city that still exist today, but there wasn't the same voice on council to represent that. But that being said, I think Councillor Rice brings up a very good point around that there still is barriers for BIPOC folks to have a seat at this table. I still think about how we've never had a Black representative on city council in our history as Edmontonians. And so it is still incumbent upon us, even though we have reached parity, and I hope we maintain parity for in 2021 around women and men. I would love to see some gender diverse folks or trans folks at the table. I'd like to see some more BIPOC folks at the table. So there's still more work to be done, and I think WAVE has a big role in making sure that that intersectionality is always at the forefront of our minds and our thoughts, and continues to keep pushing us and challenging us to make safe and inclusive spaces that we're pushing for. And I want to thank my council colleagues for, you know, everything that WAVE has brought forward, from the vehicle for hire to the safe and inclusive spaces, have been resoundingly supported by this council. And so I thank my colleagues for that too. Look forward to working with you more in 2025.
Please vote.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill. Councillor Rutherford, we're just waiting for your vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Excellent. Well, thanks so much for the discussion, everyone, and thank you both for being with us today. Yeah, really appreciate everything that you're doing as part of WAVE, and looking forward to the podcast too. I'll add it to my list.
I edited that myself, so hopefully it's good.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Okay, well, we'll add it. Thank you both so much. All right, we're gonna move on to our next item. You can feel free to stick around, but it's up to you. Next up, we're gonna go to City of Edmonton Youth Council. And I believe Ali and Angelina are joining us online.
They are joining us online, yes.
Fantastic. All right, Ali and Angelina, are you on with us?
Yes, are we audible?
Yes, there we go. Very nice to see both of you. We have your slide deck up and ready to go. So we're going to give you a bit of time to walk us through that, and then we'll transition over to some questions from councillors. You have the floor.
Thank you. Okay, awesome. Yeah, sorry, just before we get started, should I just call out slide for the slides?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Ali Ahmed, and I am one of the co-chairs for the City of Edmonton Youth Council this term.
And I'm Angelina Reyna, the other co-chair for this term.
Slide, please. Thank you. Yeah, this year actually marks CEYC's 30th anniversary, so we are especially excited to be presenting to you this evening. Slide. Our agenda for today is as follows. First, we'll talk about what is CEYC, then where did we start at the beginning of the term, then where are we now, and finally, where are we heading? Slide.
So our mission as the City of Edmonton Youth Council is to educate and empower youth to provide meaningful input and to take action on local issues and municipal politics. And we do so through our mandate of providing information and advice to the council according by law. And we do this in relation to issues involving or affecting youth by empowering our members through leadership, training, and service opportunities.
CEYC membership is composed of young people aged 13 to 23. Now, this demographic tends to be the most engaged on local issues, but has the least power, on paper at least, in affecting them, as people under 18 can't vote, and most youth up to 23 are still financially dependent. CEYC is so important because it provides youth an avenue for real action on local issues.
And this does truly contribute to the personal development and political education of young people. A lot of CYC members go on to work in council offices, their schools, student unions, and they continue to develop skills that they began to first nurture in CYC. There were over 180,000 people between the ages of 10 and 24 living in Edmonton, according to the 2021 census, and that number is certainly much higher now. This goes to show how critical youth representation is and will continue to be, particularly in the city of Edmonton. Slide, please. Okay, now where did we start? Do one more slide, please. Sorry. Now this slide is somewhat misleading because we actually carried over our strategic planning from last year, which took place in December 2023. This was done mainly because our members were still quite happy with this strategic plan from last year, and also just to save time in this term. Our main overarching values for this term are community safety and well-being, governance, and Indigenous awareness, and we incorporate this into all of the work that we do. Slide. So now we'll talk a bit about where we are, going over our subcommittees and their relevance to CYC, the initiatives they're involved in, and how they contribute to our mandate. Currently, as far as stats are concerned, we have 86 members working with CYC, which is to say 20 VCMs, and then youth at large members, YLs, which is a position that allows as many youths to get involved as possible with this council in order to extend our outreach and give young people lower stake opportunities to join. Slide. Fun visual, slide again. Sorry, one more slide. Thank you. So firstly, the policy subcommittee. This is the most straightforward and obvious one, as it allows young people to become more municipally involved by looking at policies that folks are interested in, and also keeping up with what City Council is currently working on. So this subcommittee makes recommendations to Council through reports they write, through meetings with Council liaisons, and other means. The policy subcommittee is headed by 2 chairs and is made up of members who are on different initiatives. The following initiatives are the ones that we chose for this year. First is community safety and well-being, which is working on its outreach to youth through various channels of getting its survey out to gather data on how young people think of community and interact with community, along with their impressions of safety in the city. They will also be looking at already collected data along with their own, and hopefully present a comprehensive report to Council within the upcoming year. Our second initiative is addictions, which is working to release, or was working to release a survey to gauge youth engaged with addictions in order to write a report, but has since redirected itself to working more closely with administration on the city's upcoming drug strategy so that COIC and the city's future plans more closely align. We also have the anti-racism initiative. This is based on connecting with schools to provide anti-racism education, conducting focus groups to report to Council and encourage more schools to be involved in this education campaign. And last but not least, engagement, more so an ad hoc initiative that involves engaging with City Council policies as they're being discussed by responding to them in real time, such as through the public spaces bylaw. And we're continuing to encourage young people through this initiative to become more comfortable with policy as a whole by encouraging them to attend public hearings in person, but something that's difficult to do with school schedules. Yeah, this subcommittee fulfills sections A, F, K, and H of our mandate, just to name a few, which is to say that the policy subcommittee is many times youth's really first foray into reading and analyzing policy. The current structure allows them the freedom to research issues at the intersection of youth and municipalities by having an incredibly direct and straightforward connection with city administration, who are always there to support us and Council through our 2 Council liaisons. It's incredibly important that young people are first given the opportunity to do this policy work, and secondly, can do so with community and support. Slide, please. Okay, project subcommittee is CUIC's largest subcommittee, and it allows young people to act on policy recommendations and city policies through projects. Young people have the opportunity to put on events that align with the values of our mandate and the city to build community and belonging while also working on project management skills. This subcommittee is led by 2 chairs and has the following initiatives.
Firstly, the Youth Summit, which aims to bring youth from diverse backgrounds together in a safe and inclusive space to discuss their experiences of racism, mental health, and stereotyping. This will be a full-day event, which will include collaborative sessions and guest speakers, and is set to be in May. The second initiative is suicide prevention, which is an initiative partnering with the Alberta Health Services Community Helpers Program to provide suicide prevention training for Edmontonian youth.
This subcommittee fulfills sections B, D, E, F, and H of our mandates. Once again, name a few, as this is a subcommittee that is our largest and therefore more visible to youth. It's incredibly important as far as actualizing the policies that youth work on is concerned, so that young people have the opportunity to practice interpreting policy and then putting it into action. Much growth occurs here as people have different interpretations and understandings of municipal services and what sort of projects they can actually work on. And at the end, everyone leaves having more concrete event management skills and the ability to more effectively actualize abstract values and policies. Slide, please. Thank you. The internal subcommittee works to organize CYC internally and is made up of the following initiatives currently. Firstly, we have networking. This initiative is created to allow young people to network with one another, so different schools, grades, while also involving some industry professionals to share their career paths. And secondly, public relations. This initiative works to organize and create CYC's image, such as running our Instagram to share info about our initiatives, educating young people on city policy, and is working to also update our website. This subcommittee currently fulfills sections E, F, and G of our mandate as it works to organize members, provide networking opportunities, and overall promote wellness. And as we already know, CYC had 3 subcommittees that each oversee a number of initiatives. This subcommittee structure as a whole allows CYC to accomplish a greater scope of work and provides meaningful opportunities for civic engagement to the 20 council-appointed VCMs, so voting committee members, and approximately 60 as the number fluctuates throughout the year, youth at large members. So the internal subcommittee is mainly tasked with the administration of organizing CYC as a whole and is responsible for its image.
We are currently planning on changing the structure of this subcommittee as it has historically held low attendance from the current initiative-based structure that it has now to something that will more easily allow the administrative tasks of CYC to be done. Now, this is currently still being deliberated within council for this term. As you may know, we don't currently have an external body maintaining our board's image, so things like social media. So communicating with youth through the internal subcommittee is an important tool for us that comes at no cost to council, while it allows us to organize ourselves more meaningfully. And we will continue to restructure with the support of our members so that we have a more efficient and effective internal subcommittee. Slide, please. Thank you. Yeah, this is just a slide that gives like a visual representation of the different initiatives and the subcommittees that they belong to. Slide, please. And lastly, where are we going? One more slide.
So we wanted to propose the following recommendations to council. We'd like to request City Council to allow us to change our terms, which are currently September 1st to August 31st, to the proposed August 1st to July 30th, essentially just pushing the timeline back a month. Reasoning for this is that even though CYC technically functions on a 12-month annual term, like all the other committees, other boards, because we work with a largely student population, exam months and summer months are incredibly slow times. So December to January, along with April, June, are exam times, and July, August is vacation time for EPSV students. Currently, we have our orientation meeting in September. We hold our main elections in October, and our initiatives usually present in November, with many coming back for edits in December for reapproval. Therefore, initiatives don't start in earnest until December, January, which is already a slow time for them and realistically only gives them 4 to 5 months to work on their initiative. Our proposed timeline would allow us to hold our orientation meeting in the later half of August, keeping in mind still vacation time, so the later half of August. and we can complete election duties in September so that initiatives can be proposed in October. This is a fruitful month as students are able to invest more time in their initiatives, be extremely productive if they were able to make a meaningful start at this time before they were bogged down by exams. And then initiatives would be able to keep their momentum as they would be supplemented by the fact that, they'd already made a start at this point in the year.
Awesome. The second major recommendation that we'd like to make is to permanently shift the timing of this report to May so that it aligns with the timing of the membership report. Now, providing an annual report in February, as we are currently required to do, limits our ability to accurately report on the work of COIC and just provide an accurate work plan. Moving this timeline is crucial for us to accurately depict the comprehensive work that is being completed by our board and present a more thorough report to City Council. Another concern with the reporting timeline as it is right now in regards to the subcommittee approval process. Now, the subcommittees for this term were formed in October and are already 4 months into their work. If COIC remains on the same reporting timeline as other advisory boards, it will cause challenges in each term's planning phase when we seek to request the continuation of our subcommittee model. Additionally, we're also concerned about maintaining the progress of each subcommittee's work while allowing for the incorporation of any recommended changes from council. The current reporting timeline and requirement for council approval on subcommittees that are midway through their term could potentially end work that is already underway, putting both council and our board in a challenging position. So for all those reasons, we'd like to propose a new timeline where COIC would report to council in May, just to ensure that we are aligned with COIC's work calendar, as well as being able to contribute a more informed and meaningful report to City Council each year. Slide, please.
Here's a list of some upcoming events that are worth sharing with your constituents, any young people that might be interested. We have GA General Assembly happening on April 2nd. The Youth Summit on Social Justice sometime in early May, as well as VCM applications will open in early May, and the CYC working event will happen on June 4th. This list only includes dates and events for people external to CYC, so we'll continue to work on initiatives like those in policy and internal in the background as well.
One more slide. Okay, lastly, just how to get involved. So we strongly encourage you to attend and support our events, to consult COIC on matters of discussion, to invite COIC to be part of collaborations with other groups, and invite youth in your wards to apply. We've been very happy to see more consultation with COIC this term on things like the fall budget adjustment and public spaces bylaw, and we're very eager to see more of that in the future. Slide, please. Yeah, so with that, we've reached the end of this presentation. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for the thorough presentation. We'll now go to questions from colleagues. Councillor Jans, would you like to put a recommendation on the floor?
I'll move the recommendation, yes.
Doesn't matter. Second. Michael, or Councillor Jans, go ahead if you have any questions.
Just wanted to ask a little bit more about that upcoming event and how you're going to promote it to other youth across the city of Edmonton. I believe you said May, right? The symposium?
Yeah. Yes. So I guess I can start. So typically the way that we get most of our engagement in terms of youth coming to our events just by word of mouth, just because we have youth from all over the city, all kinds of different schools. But we all I think Wave actually just talked about this too. We do have a new social media plan happening with our internal subcommittee, and so that's another way that we reach out to youth. We'll also we've come here, one of the reasons. Another thing that we try to do a lot is also just reach out to our own personal connections with other organizations. As you know, youth tend to be involved in as many things as possible. So yeah, it's a lot of sort of networking to try to get as much engagement as possible.
Also, to add on to that, for this particular initiative, I believe one network that they would tap into is the student senate system. So that's within EPSB, contacting student senators so they can then pass the information down into their catchment schools as they are appointed to do. So that's one network that we try to tap into when it comes to sharing information, and then also emailing high schools as need be.
Yeah, it's actually, that was my next question was, is the Student Senate at the Edmonton Public Schools still functioning, and are you connected to them? And you've already answered that, so that's excellent. That certainly gives you a wide amplification. Well, keep up the great work, and yeah, I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, once again, thank you for the thorough presentation and for all the work that CUYC has been doing. Maybe I'll just pick up on a few things. So the request around changing the term, and actually this might be better directed towards administration. Just trying to understand, is it typical to have variability in what those term timelines look like? What would the implications be of making that kind of change?
So in terms of this meeting in particular, it would mean that if those timelines are shifted, they're not coming with all the other annual reports. They'd come to a regular council meeting, which is something we implemented a few years ago to bring them all together, but it doesn't mean it can't be changed.
Okay, so, and just so I have a bit of the history here, so they used to be more dispersed, and then there was an intentional move to bring them all together, so we're sort of dealing with them as we are today.
Yeah, for both recruitment and annual reports, I'd say there certainly is value in having one cycle and doing it all at one time, so you have a holistic look, but it can be split.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, I definitely can hear some of the challenges with timing and just how that lines up with school and exam season. At the same time, being able to do this in one go makes a lot of sense on our end, administratively. Okay, and then I will just jump over to a question around the subcommittees. So right now, there's a recommendation on the floor to establish 3 subcommittees. Again, I just wanted to check in with administration. I know in the report it does mention that, let's see here. Yeah, that administration would support establishing 2 subcommittees as opposed to 3. Just looking for a little bit of additional information there around some of the limitations or why 2 versus 3.
Sure. Hi, this is Judy Smith, Director of Community Investment and Social Development. We just find that if we have that many subcommittees, because our team is supporting all of the 4 advisory boards in our area, and having 3 subcommittees just puts a bit of a strain on our staff. And because the Youth Council is so uniquely formed, they have lots of events and things, and because they're part of the city, we need to have representatives from administration there. So it just, having an extra committee just puts extra burden on a small team.
Yeah, okay. And help me understand, so today, like status quo today, there are 3 subcommittees. Yes, nodding heads. So is there, again to administration, is there a change in resourcing, or is there currently some tension there already, I guess, in terms of that workload?
Yeah, I think there's always been some tension, but we have restructured to have a team of people to support the advisory boards. And I think it's always been a bit difficult with me saying again about the Youth Council having so many events and other things than just their normal meeting and subcommittee meetings.
Okay, and when would be the next opportunity to revisit that? Like if we were to move ahead with the 3 subcommittees today, when would that next check-in point be, just to see what that workload is feeling like and looking like, and whether we do need to reevaluate and go down to the 2?
It would be next year. And last year we asked, last year when the group had asked for 3 subcommittees, we had asked at that time that it be 2. And we thought this would be a better time because the group is already talking about integrating 2 of their subcommittees.
Right. Okay, and then maybe just to Angelina and Ellie, thoughts around 2 versus 3?
Hi, thank you for that question. So once again, I guess just to summarize, so for policy, it's really about looking at policies, writing reports, some of that formal work. Projects being actualizing those policies, making them more concrete for youth, and then internal being us organizing ourselves because of our large population with YAL members. Yes, we have talked with administration, and a theory that we did have was because of like collaboration again between subcommittees, consolidating them. The consensus or the best option that we're currently at, and mind you, this is still being deliberated within council, within our board, is just restructuring internal to make it a more efficient subcommittee. But we can definitely take this advice back to our board and discuss it more in depth, but we'd have to like more meaningfully think about how we consolidate things so the different initiatives aren't lost and are still meaningfully given the attention within their specific subcommittee.
I'm out of time.
I'll turn the chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Maybe first, Judy, how many boards have more than one subcommittee?
I think with the 4 that we have in social development, I think the youth council is the only one that has
more than one. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's, and yeah, and I mean, the ones that we've gone through today too, I think, even the ones outside of your area of responsibility, I think only had at the most one. So, thank you. And so I guess then, I guess my question is, yeah, I'm looking at slide number 14, and you've got, as part of your internal subcommittee is public relations and networking. So isn't networking maybe part of your projects? And then I'm thinking public relations, is that more just communications and you're already doing that on social media and that?
Yeah, I can begin to take this question. So the idea of, or the reasoning why the networking event does fall under internal is because the way that internal was structured originally is more focused on sort of events that promote member well-being, member sort of training, and opportunities for personal development. And so, again, like we said, I think we are looking at restructuring that. So I guess in future terms, like networking would probably move to something like projects. But like that's kind of the reason why it's been there. And then as for public relations, this is kind of what we were getting at as well, in regards to sort of like what we need, what we kind of need from the internal subcommittee moving forward. We do still need some sort of mechanism to look after things like public relations, how we connect to, or just how we engage with our actual, the population that we're serving. And so the way that we're looking to restructure in like making internal a smaller subcommittee would address that.
Okay,
sorry.
I guess.
No, I'll just add one more point.
Yeah.
It's with public relations, it's still about establishing that administrative body for the entire board because of our large population with YAL members. And that's a large group just for us as co-chairs to handle, which is why we need the internal or the public relations piece. Also with internal, another thing that they organize and usually have in the past, we just haven't this particular year, is training opportunities. Like we've done workshops around tech, Indigenous awareness, blanket exercises.
So I'm just cognizant of my time. I don't know, it might serve you well to look at how some of the other committees that we've heard from today sort of structure theirs. Just WAVE that was just here was talking about, like they've got a couple people doing communications because they no longer have Perido's contract doing that. And
sorry.
And I'm just, and the same thing with Accessibility Advisory Committee as well. Again, they lost that contract so that, yeah, they're just having people within. And okay, so I kind of want to get off the subcommittee track here, because I think you've been provided some guidance too from Judy Smith and her department as far as what might be possible with the two committees. But I do just have another question in regards to, Angel, where you said you've tapped into EPSB. And I'm just wondering what about Edmonton Catholic and Francophone school boards?
That is something we're still figuring out connections to, because unfortunately with our current member basis, we don't have explicit connections to that. So we're in the process of forming those connections, because for certain subcommittees, certain initiatives might have information to send out and invites. So those are connections that are being established. But with EPSB, with our member population, we already have those made. So it's a little more convenient, but the others are in the works.
So you only have members from EPSB?
For the most part, yes. Yes. And also like EPSB as far as high school population and like 13 to 18 is concerned. And then we have university students like 18 to 23 from U of A and MacEwan.
Okay, my time's up, sorry.
Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great. Thank you for the presentation and the report. If I look at your work plan and some of your goals, I guess I'm curious, like your goal number 1, mobilize youth on local issues through community events and projects. Goal number 2, empower youth through education, skill building, and experience to be active citizens. They're all, excellent goals, but they also feel very service delivery to me. I guess I'm wondering if you can distinguish a little bit of that versus sort of the advisory role you should be playing.
Just give us a second to pull up our work plan so we can answer that particular one. You want to take first goal and second. I can see your concern with it, but it still balances out in accordance to our mandate. You can scroll up. As far as the first one of mobilizing youth on local issues, informing youth in order to engage them meaningfully is an important part of our mandate. So it's kind of setting that ground up for them to then comment meaningfully on policy and then be capable of advising in the first place. So that's, I'd say the goal 1 is it might seem surface level, but it's important foundational work. So then students and young people in general can then go on to advise folks. So it's that empowering and educational aspect. Whereas goal 2, empowering youth through education, that's where we have our networking initiative. That one's more so to promote member well-being. And then once again, taking the time to create the space and community so students can learn those project management skills. And it's also in CYC and in our outreach, it's also important for us to give young people a safe space to first come try new things related to policy, fail, and then we're also there to support them and keep them committed to the policy. But I wouldn't say surface level, I'd say more so foundational, so they're able to come back and give more meaningful critiques. I hope that kind of answers it.
Yeah, and although it also sounds like your outreach largely, and for those who are still in the public pre-university are largely EPSB, for example. Yeah, I guess I appreciate your point about setting the foundation. I think this has been my worry with the Youth Council all along is, does it get unwieldy with 89 members, with various subcommittees, with goals that are quite ambitious, right?
One thing I can comment on that, or 2 things, is with CYC, I must say the demographics change quite a bit year to year. I think in the last few terms, we were more a high school age demographic, but right now we've aged to be late high school, early university. That's majority of our demographic. So it's kind of difficult to comment because there's cycles to it. But I must say, once again, for the subcommittee structure, It's really just meaningful for us as far as personal organization goes. And even though we have 60 to 80 members, once again, it fluctuates throughout the year because YLs have less commitment to the board versus our 20 VCMs, which are more committed. But we have lots of YLs that will spend a year to gain those foundational skills and then come to be VCMs. So it is important for us to organize ourselves that way, and it aids us as chairs to handle this population, and then also for folks to move comfortably around the council.
And I have, just mindful of my last minute, just on this question of, 3 subcommittees or less so that it's more manageable for administration support. I'd like to move to amend the 3 to 2, and if I were to do that, I guess which 2 would you keep?
Can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry, there's only 30 seconds. Would the folks be more comfortable with the fact if we didn't call the internal subcommittee a subcommittee and like a working group? Because it's really like, is that the tension, or it's more so the meeting support and all that, correct? Administration?
I have like 10 seconds. I guess maybe Judy, if you want to respond to that question.
So in the structure, and probably the office of the city clerk would be better to answer this, but in the structure, it is supposed to be a main advisory board and subcommittees. Working groups are not kind of part of the structure of the advisory boards, because all of it has to be transparent and live streamed and all those pieces. So I think it's a bit of the workload and making sure that the actions, as Councillor Tang was saying, align with the mandate of the advisory board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you for the presentation, the report, and also the work plan for the 2025. I really like your answer and to look at, instead of look at surface, and actually is reflect your mandate, the alignment with your mandate, and also fundamental pieces there. So I think that's actually just my question, and then I appreciate that answer. I do have another question, and from previous waves reports talk about the collaboration. So it's great to see those advisory boards to work together and collaboratively to achieve some goals together. So can you describe a little bit more about how you collaboratively work with like WAVE, so for example, and then because right now we're talking about the 3 subcommittees, maybe you can, from that functionality perspective, and to talk about your collaborate work and with different advisory group.
Yeah, I can I guess begin the response to that. So in regards to collaboration, we typically, I think ideally what we would do is reach out to our liaisons and use that to sort of connect with other boards. Sort of one of the challenges that we've been facing, especially in the previous or recent terms, is that we've had a lot of administrative turnover. And so that has certainly been a challenge, both in terms of like collaboration and also with, I guess with some of the structural things and like what sort of admin work strain looks like as well, which we'll probably get into later. But in terms of like, I guess the concrete things that we have done recently, we have been in contact with WAVE in particular. Things like social media internally. I think WAVE talked about that at the end of their questions as well. And so that's one sort of avenue that we've gone down. And then we're also like, we've also had internally, we've been discussing a lot around bringing up sort of the things that we're both particularly passionate about. So we were considering connecting with WAVE on their sort of perspective on the public spaces bylaw. That ultimately didn't happen just because of time restraints, but all these things do still happen at the background. So I guess, yeah.
Another quick detail, apart from, so yes, there's been administrative turnover, so it's been difficult to establish and continue the connection with other councils, but that's been considerably better this year. Secondly, just little details on what we have done. So I think our first touch point with the other committees was when we were talking about the budget, fall budget.
Yeah.
So when we met with the mayor, all the chairs did, and that was great conversations there, learned a lot from folks. And since then, there's been some emails back and forth, just kind of continuing that connection. A lot of conversations about how people are handling their social media. We've, on and off casually discussed, like, maybe we can do a crossover monthly meeting or something like that. That just hasn't come to fruition yet. But now that we have established this connection, I think the chairs from all councils are going to continue to work to make it a more meaningful collaboration than it has been. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And based on that information provided, I'm going to ask administration. If there is collaboration between the different advisory committees, does that mean, and from efficiency perspective, for certain subcommittee, and is there any like functionality overlap, or do you still say they're still separately, they do need their own subcommittees? So I just want to look at it from that perspective. And I know my question is a little bit longer, Judy, and I want to finish, like, give you time. A lot of related to one is because the term change for this student, and I support that. I do understand how schoolwork impacts their capacity to involve more effectively. So how that link to this 3 or 2 subcommittees? So maybe you can explain a little bit more for that piece.
Sure. I think we have an opportunity with our new advisory board coordination team to really create some connections between all of the boards, because it's the same team that'll be supporting them all. So it won't be a different individual. It'll be a team working together. So I think there's an opportunity to look. I can't speak without us having some real conversations about it, whether that'll diminish the number of subcommittees, because they're each unique. They're each unique advisory boards, as you've seen throughout today, all with different levels of compassion and enthusiasm and hard work and dedication. So, but I think we've already talked numerous times as a team about finding opportunities to bring folks together. So you can count on that happening.
Okay, thank you. My time is up.
Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Sorry, it's been a few years since I've been on youth council, so I wanted to. I feel like I'm confused, because maybe I'll ask our team from youth council, and then I'll go to administration after, because I feel like we're getting caught up on the internal subcommittee piece, but like the way I understood the internal subcommittee, and I think you described it, but I'm going to just like, it is truly just like internal governance stuff. Like, I'm not sure why that requires a public streaming of a meeting or resources. Like, that just feels like stuff that almost every committee does. You happen to formalize it a little bit more and make sure you can document that and report back. But like, is that still sort of how it operates? Am I, from the youth council perspective, or am I missing something? Did you share something that I missed? I just want to understand, because I feel like maybe what you've written on your slide is a little different.
It's true. No, I think you summarized it pretty accurately. Yeah. It's about internal governance, organizing ourselves, and the subcommittee structure just allows us to formalize and keep members accountable for tasks.
Okay, and so maybe the confusion is the slide, because again, like, it's talking about public relations and networking, but like that's actually falls within, I mean, more of the, I would guess, the projects, right? If you're doing a networking event on a topic, you're probably doing that more through projects versus the internal, right?
Currently, it's through the internal subcommittee, because networking, it's also geared around member wellness.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So maybe, so now I see maybe where the confusion is, because like, I mean, I guess to me it's just sort of like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Like, you're going to do that anyways. And if that's what it takes, let's throw those categories of a networking event in the project. And then I would ask, and so maybe this is going to be a question to administration, like, they're going to be doing that whether they throw it in the internal or whether they throw it in the project one. So should we just formally shift that over, and then you don't have to worry about sending staff resources to an internal committee meeting? Like, that feels like an inefficient use of resources, but like they should still do that work as a committee. That's what I think every committee still does.
My understanding, Councillor Knack, it's Judy Smith, is that we are responsible to be at any committee or subcommittee, just like, just like council and council committees, to be there to take minutes.
Yeah,
and to live stream that, no matter what the purpose is. So,
and so how
so
I guess the question is, how do we fix that? Because that feels a little like a waste of your time to live stream an internal governance meeting for a committee. So can we just like give you direction to say, hey, don't maybe, you don't have to be at like every single little thing, because some of those things might just not make sense.
Well, I think we're aligned with all the rules that council has to follow too. So that's why I think we would work with the youth council to figure it out, whatever your decision is.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know. I guess, and like I hear the MGA piece, I understand that. I guess it's just like nothing's going to change whether there's 3 or 2, because they're just going to do the same work. Maybe it changes the frequency of the number of meetings, but it might change the length of another meeting. And so I'm just trying to figure out what's the cleanest way to get there. But I haven't helped myself by any of the questions, so I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, I just want to dig into that a little bit further as well. And am I correct in understanding that the requirements for live streaming is through the MGA for advisory boards of council?
It's that they have to be in public. So to perhaps try to help this a little bit, if members of a committee are going to do work and tasks just as you prepare for meetings, that's fine. It's when they gather as a group and make decisions in something that looks like a meeting that has to be a public meeting.
So maybe just to the representatives, in those internal organizing meetings, do you pass motions or resolutions?
Yes.
Yes. In those meetings, like for example, for internal, they would work on like their initiative proposals, because currently we still do have that initiative proposal structure. So they'd work on it and then they'd bring it to our General Assembly, our monthly meeting, to have it officially passed there.
Yeah.
And then other than that, it would be like any Instagram posts they made, they'd work through it. They would quote unquote approve it internally in that group, in that initiative, and then formally pass it at GA. But not every single Instagram post needs to be passed at GA. It can be passed in that internal subcommittee, rightly.
Yeah, so I mean, those don't seem like governance decisions. Yeah, you think that? Yeah, so I'm just wondering again, maybe the interpretation of that subcommittee, if we can just remove the I think as was suggested earlier, I mean, it's just a function of the group. They're not doing anything that sounds like it needs to be minuted, because the things that need to be minuted for formal approval happen at the General Assembly. Is that fair? Maybe to
yeah, we would say that's fair. I guess like just the reason why we've been, I guess, sort of like pushy on this is just because like we do like our current understanding is that we won't be able to continue this work unless we have this sort of subcommittee like role there, just so that we are able to come together and meet and like do it together. But if there is like a way forward where that isn't a concern, then we'd be more than happy with that.
Yeah. So
if it's a labeling issue, we're happy to call it something else.
Yeah, well, maybe to Judy. So if we had a commitment that this subcommittee was, or sorry, this this function of internal organization was not passing formal motions that weren't subsequently brought towards the General Assembly, does that then fall outside of the criteria that's needed, or that's outlined in the MGA?
I would have to defer to the Office of the City Clerk, because we just provide the support that we're directed through them. So I'd ask one of them to respond.
Okay, and if we can't respond right now, like that's fair, but
I think the path forward might be that if we're hearing from administration that they have the resources to support 2 subcommittees truly having meetings with those associated governance requirements, then that is a path forward. And as an offline action item between the Youth Council and the Civic Agencies team and administration, we can look at them as to what are functions that are being performed and what actually needs to be done at a meeting.
Great, because you know what, I'm even thinking of, council will occasionally have lunch and learns and we're all together, but we're not making decisions. There's nothing formal. So in that case, then I think just for clarity, I would move that we strike 3 subcommittees and replace that with 2.
Second.
And as a
Great, please introduce.
brief introduction, so just to the Youth Council representatives, absolutely really support what you're saying. I think the way you have structured your workflow makes a lot of sense. We're just wanting to ensure that we're managing resources on our staff side, because I think you've heard there's a commitment to working to ensure that you can still meet to have those functions, perform those functions, but that it can reduce the demand on staff. I think that's probably best for everyone, because you probably don't love being live streamed for whatever reason for some of those more bread and butter type conversations. So that would be the intent of this, that you would still be able to continue to do that work, that you would have the space and ability to do that, while we're also sort of reducing that workload on our staff. Thank you.
Could we ask a question?
I could ask you if you wished to add any thoughts.
Yes, a comment, I suppose. With the internal subcommittee, the only issue that I foresee coming with changing this structure is as far as like formal approval of posts is concerned. I guess we would appreciate a commitment from administration going forwards that things like informative posts on work that our initiatives are doing, which is just sharing information, which is approved at GA, but then will there be, I guess, like bureaucratic delays in getting posts and information out through our Instagram? Because would we have to like work the whole month to make Instagram posts and then approve it at that one meeting, or could the working group just go ahead? Because that, if we have to wait monthly, that would be an issue.
Yeah,
But that's the only.
And I think we could look to other boards and agencies about how they manage their social. I don't believe that social posts necessarily have to have full formal approval. So it could be that you develop a social media policy that, X number of people have to sign off and approve a post before it's posted, but it's not necessarily a formal action of the body, would be a thought. I'll stop. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that point. Councillor Rutherford.
I just went on the board because I could see that the Youth Council looked like they had some comments or questions, so I was just gonna ask them about their thoughts on this motion. Then in responding to Councillor Stevenson, I think there is a bigger conversation here, and I guess how much social media is Youth Council doing? Because I'm hearing it's like a lot of work, and like I don't know if that actually meets your mandate.
Okay, we're good to answer. Apologies for the earlier interruption. Currently, a lot of it is about educating and sharing information. And in the past 2 to 3 terms, with governance restructure and administrative turnover, it has been slower than we'd like it to be. But we would like to do more. We'd like to update the youth on what City Council's doing, because they might not always be watching these public hearings and, attending these online meetings, but we can make quick info bites to keep folks up with things. I think that would very much be excuse me, my bad, meeting our mandate of educating young people, and also, secondly, our own presence, which is, once again, administrative stuff, like just updating our website. We'd like to make our website a more useful resource. This was done a few terms ago because the website contains, information about us, but also external opportunities for students. And we are that liaison that connects students and young people to scholarships, internships, and some information around that. So we'd like to revamp that a bit. But it really comes down to being a resource for young people, and which would then encourage them to join Youth Council. So we'd like to do a little more than we are currently doing. We're just restructuring to do it in an effective and efficient way.
Yeah, and I guess So my background, my history is that I actually used to run the youth council in Strathcona County for years, as the admin support, so I'm very familiar, and actually it was much younger than the Edmonton Youth Council, because that youth council was 12 to 17-year-olds, so that was the age group of it. And they did a lot of really effective advocacy work, they did a lot of things, but, I mean, I might be dating myself, but like at that time, it was like, when I did that was from 2008 to 2013. There was Facebook, but it wasn't really used by youth, really, at that point. They didn't use it a lot. And they still got education out, they still got all of those things. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, if you're saying you have capacity issues or you need these 3 subcommittees, you know, per what's on the floor before us this amendment. I know like other committees have had to think about scaling back what that looks like. ETS Advisory Board has done that, WAVE has done that. I'm sure others that I'm not as accessibility advisory, I think, is scaled back too. Has the Youth Council looked at scaling back or focusing? Is there a platform that really youth are engaged in, and that's where you should be focusing your energy and effort on, as opposed to all the platforms?
Yeah, so I guess first addressing like the broader question of like scaling back. I think in 2021 or 2020, we did actually move down from 4 subcommittees down to 3, and that's how we have this current structure. I know it's kind of dated, but the other like I guess sort of response to this is that Youth Council is also one of the only ones that has like such a huge membership. If you include not just the voting committee members, but also the youth at large, and also just if you look at like the individuals that make up a committee, they're often very inexperienced. This is often their very first time doing anything governance related. To be honest, it might be their first time doing anything outside of school, and so because of all of that, like we do have a lot more I guess burden to sort of like deal with.
There's more capacity building and development that happens on a youth council. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'll leave it there. I'll think about this amendment on the floor. I'll move a second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So you mentioned the subcommittees have less experience. I'm wondering if it would be better for them to get the guidance of the broader committee at working on some of these internal governance situations, rather than them just sort of being left on their own without that guidance, and so not having it in a subcommittee.
Not sure if I understand the question. So are you asking like if like the things that happen inside of subcommittees ought to be done with the entire board?
Yes. So that rather than leaving those with less experience in the subcommittees working on things, that they can have the guidance of the larger, broader committee.
Okay, so a couple of things to address. I think maybe I just didn't explain this correctly, but it's not like we do still have the youth at large, so people who aren't like formally part of the voting members of the board coming to the larger like committee general assemblies as well. And so like that issue is sort of symmetrical in that sense. So we like that happens on both ends, and we do have voting committee members at all the subcommittee meetings anyway. So that's not really a concern. Yeah, I think, is there anything else like you want to say?
So a point that I could add is support that we're under the impression the entire board needs, we do provide by discussing it at General Assembly, and then, you know, perhaps formally passing a motion for everyone, like certain trainings, etc., encouraging people. But as far as initiating that work, that will come out of the subcommittee, and then it may or may not be applied to everyone. So it's really the mechanism and the tool that we use to help, a niche group or the whole board. It still comes through that subcommittee structure because of the way it's organized.
But, okay, but that's what I'm, like, can you not reorganize it? Like, did you seek guidance from either your council advisors or administration or the clerk's office in regards to setting up this 3 subcommittee proposal?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And what advice did you receive?
Yeah, this has been in sort of, I think we've talked about this as well, but we've been discussing this for since last term at least, or as far as I'm aware. Yes, and we have heard the suggestion to bring it down to 2 subcommittees. That's why we came in here talking about reducing the internal, or shrinking the, scope of the internal subcommittee. And again, we are still open to to shifting that to something else if it doesn't really require the same things that a subcommittee would in terms of streaming and having to have someone there to take minutes. But at the same time, we do still need that work to be done. And currently the understanding that we have is that in order to do so, we need the subcommittee model. If that's not true, again, we're very open to changing that. But that's the reason why it's been we've kept the structure that we have up to this point.
But I think that's what sort of all of us are trying to get at is if you do it within the broader committee, you don't need all these subcommittees. So you're willing to do that then?
No, because we wouldn't have the time to be able to do all of this stuff in within the broader committee, I don't think.
So have you considered then, as Councillor Rutherford I think has suggested, in sort of reducing what you are doing and I guess maybe being tighter with what your mandate is?
Mm-hmm. Just to go back to a few earlier things, I'll make a quick comment. As far as interacting with admin liaisons, it was discussed. We brought it to GA. We had our discussions, and rather than consolidating something like projects and policy or projects and internal, we really came up with restructuring internal to make it more effective. If this is really just a linguistic technicality, we're okay not calling the internal subcommittee a subcommittee. We could call it a working group, and that would cut down on admin time, but we would just like the formal commitment from administration that this would not cause bureaucratic delays in just info out.
But I think Judy has already said that working groups, there is no such thing as a working group, because if it was a working group, then it would actually have to be a subcommittee and live streamed. If it's work that can be done at the sort of the whole committee, then you've got that admin support behind you. And my time is up.
Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you. And 2 of you answered many questions and you did a great job. So I give you a little bit of break. I'm going to say administration first for the question. I come back to you and then just take breath here. So my question to Judy, Judy, you provide a lot of clarification here. Thank you for that. So my question is about, for all those advisory committees, how many of them actually in their budget expenditures and hired outside consultants or communication company to support their social media? How many don't? And specifically for the youth council. So youth council, I assuming, and based on what's the information they provide, they are not have any assistance from social media. They are doing their social media by themselves, right?
Yes, that's correct. They're doing it by themselves.
So how many advisory committee has that budget spending on higher outside resources to support their social media?
I can only speak to the 4 advisory committees that are in social development, and currently none of them have contracts to do social media through a consultant. We did have a consultant agreement previously that wasn't part of the advisory board budget. It was part of our branch budget. And when that ended at the end of last year, we are not renewing that. So we are trying to work within the corporation to figure out what kind of supports can be built in to support social media as much as it's needed. But as Councillor Rutherford said, I think we're still unclear on how much social media is actually needed for advisory boards when the job is to advise council.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that answer. So then my question come back to the youth council, and thank you for both of you. So I do not want you to feel so much pressure to answer the questions. My question is, if this, I understand where this intention from my colleague put this 3 and to the 2, 3 subcommittees to 2 subcommittees. So what's the key specific impact could be if we change from 3 subcommittees to 2 subcommittees? Could you tell us a little bit what's the impact there? And because I do not want you to lose capacity, I do not want you to lose that motivation and to do some of the wonderful work and tie to your mandate. But I do want to understand that from your perspective, what the impact could be.
Yeah, so I guess the way that I'll interpret like this scenario is that we lose, like, let's say the internal subcommittee, and then we'd also have nothing to replace it. And I guess like some of the tangible impacts of this is that we lose, again, like one is just like direct engagement with like the actual people that we're supposed to be representing. So like our connections or our direct engagement with youth is just severely impacted if we have like no mechanism to do so within our structure. And then also just in terms of like, again, internal governance administrative work that like we do within the group, we just have far less control there. And so but like in terms of like tangible impacts, we probably see like at our general assemblies, a lot more time is going into towards things like, what is member well-being, like what sort of trainings should we be organizing, like what, like all of these things that are typically delegated to a committee where there's, or to a subcommittee that like of people who don't or away from people who don't really need to be like involved in all this stuff would have to come into sort of the general discussion for everyone. And the fear with that is that it cut into our time for a lot of other things that we think are more important for everyone's attention.
So then thank you for that. My question, because there are 2 points here is different. So one is administrative functionality. So another piece is the governance. And so you need to make decision, you make motion, you do, and that question already asked by my colleagues. So right now you say tangible impact on the capacity is on the administration side or is on the governance side?
I'm sorry, yeah, I guess I should have been more specific with my language, but by administrative, I mean like administrative within CYC. So not things like not like the liaisons, but more just how do like we as like executive like chairs and subcommittee co-chairs, how we organize the work that we do.
Okay, so I know my time is up.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Sorry, I'm going to give this one more try, sorry, and I'll go to administration on this. So I've heard the caution from Youth Council about what they're worried they're going to lose, say the ability to engage. In my mind, that's going to be part of their ongoing work, whether there's an internal subcommittee or not. Like, to me, that's just, that is something every committee does. They do engagement, they connect, they use that information to help inform. So to me, nothing's changing whether there's an internal subcommittee or not. Admin's still going to support, other than you might not have to have somebody at an internal subcommittee because it doesn't exist. Is that admin's perspective?
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity to support this group to look at what needs to be done, what maybe they don't need to do, and maybe develop into two two subcommittees. We haven't had those in-depth discussions yet, so it's hard. I know our staff have had some initial conversations, but we haven't had the time to really look at it. But I think there's opportunities to find ways that nothing gets lost except having one less group having to meet.
That's where I'm going. So like, I don't know, we're not going to name Smith it today. There might be an internal random gathering of events that they want to talk about things that have nothing to do, that require admin time, and they can figure out a time. Like, because I do, having sat through some of that stuff, like I get they want to do it. You're okay with them going to do that stuff as long as it's not a decision and would have fallen under the requirements of having to live stream, correct?
Well, I think that's something we have to discuss with them too, because I just want to say, like, this is a group of young people.
Yeah.
They're from ages 13 to 23. That's a broad range. And so, you know, they're part of the city and we have to make sure that everyone's protected and safe.
Yeah, I guess
so.
I'm just,
I think we have to be careful with some of that.
Because
as well.
I think back to when I started, though, there were, I don't know what I'm going to call them now, but I'm going to use the term subcommittee in this case. There were subcommittee gatherings at U of A Students' Union building that did not have members of admin because they were just working through a project, they were working through something. So like, clearly something was permitted then to allow them to connect to work on things without having to trigger some sort of mechanism on our end, on the city's end, to have to do that, right? Like that ran for years, and that ran from before I was on council, since I was on youth council, and I think to this day. It's like that's why I feel like this is just a naming exercise, less a, or am I missing something?
I would say we would not be encouraging those sorts of things going forward.
Okay.
To again ensure the safety of our young people. They're part of our structure, and we need to ensure what we do keeps everyone safe. And so I would be wanting to have more formalized systems.
Okay. All right, but what I'm taking away is that we're not going to lose the work. We might not have an internal subcommittee, but we're not going to lose that work. It might move into a different committee. Nobody's losing out here. This is what I'm trying to sort of resolve. Because this feels like a long council debate that I don't know if it needed to be a council debate, but I guess I'm just trying to see, like, so administration, if this passes, we've heard the desire to keep doing work, that work is going to happen. We're just going to figure out a way to make it work.
From my perspective, our team will work with the youth council and make sure it happens.
Then there we go. I'm good now.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So I'm not seeing any additional questions on the board for this amendment. Anyone to speak to it? Or Councillor Stevenson to close? Councillor Tang?
Maybe just very briefly, thank you for kind of very valiantly defending your case to the two co-chairs. Appreciate some of the intricacy that I think maybe we got too much a little bit into the weeds tonight, but appreciate that there's some intricacy that makes you a little bit different than perhaps some of the other committees. I will be supporting this. I think part of this is, understanding that the team that's supporting you is also supporting 3 other committees. And earlier today, we just got a report from one of the committee chairs who is genuinely concerned about administrative support. And I just think in the interest of fairness and equitable resource, I would be supporting this. And I think there's a lot of conversations to be had about what would be the best structure that will work for you. I can absolutely appreciate that capacity, is of interest here, but I would just, really encourage, your team and the General Assembly to think about, like, what would be the best structure for that. And, I understand that internal committee thing is a longstanding practice, but, given kind of the advisory role, given kind of, the current landscape and with some of the other committee structures, really encourage you to focus and to be more, effective in that role. So, appreciate the conversation. Thank you to the mover.
Great, thank you. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
Thank you so much. I'll speak very briefly to this one as well, and appreciate both of you taking on so many questions this evening and responding with a lot of thoughtfulness and grace. Thank you. So I think I got the clarity I needed through Councillor Knack's most recent line of questions. It was very clear to me in those answers that really nothing gets lost with this change, which is, I think, the important point that I'm taking away from this. I think Councillor Tang brought up a number of really excellent points as well, and would just want to reiterate, you know, as those conversations unfold and unroll, you know, not just on the administrative side, but myself as well as, I'll speak for Councillor Jans, you know, we're here as well to help navigate some of those changes. So I'll leave it there, but I will be supporting this as well. Thank you.
I'll return the chair.
Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. And I just want to thank the representatives here who came out to share your thoughts with us. You know, I was never a young person who bent the rules and sometimes ignored them, so I hope you aren't either.
Point of order, the councillor's lying.
Speaking of lines, let's read between the lines. And look, I never did anything that adults told me not to do, not once in my life. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm not sure if I'm going to support this motion. I think that there's some latitude here that we could potentially offer. And I think that we should probably be a little bit more relaxed with the rules a little bit if they're not actually causing any problems by relaxing those rules. Things happened very successfully in the past. I haven't heard anything that said that they couldn't continue to happen successfully under a more lenient model. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson. Nothing. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Excellent. Thank you. So the motion as amended is now on the floor. Were there any further questions? We've asked a fair number of them, so we should be good. If there's anyone to speak to this, please sign up. Councillor Jans? Councillor Knack, would you take the chair then? I am actually going to speak.
I've got the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I, again, just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude for all the work that Youth Council does. I reflect on some of the conversations that I've been able to listen into around the Youth Council table, and they truly are some of the most thoughtful conversations that I get to be a part of, and I hear questions asked and conversations had that sometimes I don't even think of, and I think that is a clear indicator that Youth Council is bringing different perspectives to the table that we really need to hear as part of our decision-making process. So yeah, my thanks and gratitude, and if yeah, look, like I said to the amendment, if there are further conversations that need to be had as we adapt to the 2 versus 3 formal subcommittees, very happy to walk alongside you in that. So thank you.
I'll return the chair.
Thanks so much. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Angelina and Ali, for being with us this evening. Probably a little bit longer than you expected, but I appreciate the conversation and dialogue. So we're going to move on to our last item of the evening, but thanks again for joining. All right. So, very last item of the evening, everyone. We're going to be moving to the Edmonton Combative Sports Commission, and we have Chair Trevor Kelly as well as Vice Chair Andrew Soto joining online. Andrew and Trevor, are you here?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience as we got to the end of our agenda here. But we have some time allocated for you to provide a bit of an overview or presentation before we ask some questions. So I'll turn the floor over to you.
Good evening, councillors. I will be presenting the Edmonton Combative Sports Commission report and work plan and answering any questions you may have. I'll begin with speaking about the Commission's mandate. There are three parties responsible for the regulation of combative sports in Edmonton. First, of course, is the City Council, which passes the bylaws which permit professional combative sports within the city, and furthermore set out the duties for both the Commission and its Executive Director. The Executive Director is a City of Edmonton employee who's responsible for all operational matters concerning combative sports, including employing and training of officials, approval of applications for promoter licenses and event permits, and general operational oversight of sanctioned events. The Commission is a committee established by Bylaw 15638, and since 1920, the Commission has been responsible for the regulation of combative sports within the city. The Commission is composed of 7 volunteer members, and for the 2025 year, there will be a need to fill 2 or 3 vacancies. One member is at the end of his third and final term, while another is at the end of his second term but is not seeking a third term. I am also approaching the end of my third term next month, but the Commission adopted a motion for City Council to extend my appointment by 1 additional year to my third term, purely for successorship planning, as no one on the Commission currently has the interest or capacity to assume the role of chair after my term ends. The Commission does not take an operational role with respect to combative sports. Rather, our mandate is strictly to function as a regulator and to provide governance by supplementing the bylaws with regulations and policies which apply to promoters, athletes, officials, and to the operation of combative sports within the city. The Commission also serves as an appeal body with respect to decisions made by the Executive Director concerning applications for event permits and promoter licenses. 2024 was a very significant year for the Commission as Edmonton hosted its first professional combative sports event since 2019, when the UFC held an event at the Rogers Place on November 2nd. From 2020 through to early 2022, public health restrictions connected to the COVID-19 pandemic prevented the holding of any combative sports events during that period of time. That pause on events for public health reasons was immediately followed by the pause that was put in place by city administration for the acceptance of any applications for promoter licenses and event permits that was in place from August of 2022 to May of 2023, while administration conducted a fulsome review of the Commission's policies and regulations. After that pause was lifted, it was merely a matter of waiting for a promoter to take the first step in holding an event in Edmonton, in the hopes that it would lead to other events also being scheduled. The UFC event in November was a success, setting a record for the largest gate, and by that I mean revenue generated from ticket sales, for an MMA event in North America for a non-pay-per-view event. Furthermore, as I mentioned, the hope was that once an event was finally held, that it would encourage further events, which seems to be the case, as another MMA event has been scheduled for April 12th by a promoter known as Unified MMA to be held in the Ice District Fan Park. The last combative sporting event prior to the pandemic was a KO boxing event held at Shaw Conference Center in December of 2019. So after nearly 5 years with no events, it is good to finally see a return of combative sports to Edmonton. 2024 was another productive year for the Commission. The Commission has continued its work on the policy review project that it commenced in 2018. The aim of the project has been to have the Commission go through each of the Commission's 14 policies and regulations and review and revise them as necessary to make them both more efficient and effective. This work has largely been done by way of a gap analysis comparing the Commission's policies and regulations to those of other jurisdictions in Canada and the US. In 2024, the Commission reviewed and revised its policies concerning fighter debut criteria, medical suspensions and rest periods for athletes, as well as drug testing. Looking forward into 2025 and 2026, the Commission hopes to complete its work on the 6 remaining policies that have yet to be reviewed as part of the project. In addition to its work on the policy review project, the Commission was also able to send a delegation of Commission members, along with the Executive Director, to the annual conference for the Association of Boxing Commissions, which was held in Louisville, Kentucky this past July. The conference was an opportunity for the Commission to network with other commissions and learn about important new developments in the regulation of combative sports across North America. 2024 was also a significant year, as in November saw the release of the report for the Tim Hague fatality inquiry, which went to hearing in May of 2023. The report came with 14 recommendations from Justice Sharp, who presided over the inquiry, and the Commission has been working closely with its partners in city administration in reviewing and implementing those recommendations as appropriate for the purpose of enhancing athlete safety. I'd like to use this opportunity for the Commission to extend its sincere condolences to the family of Tim Hague. Lastly, in December, the Commission was contacted by officials from the province concerning the future of regulation of combative sports in Alberta. On December 17th, the Executive Director and myself met with the Minister of Sport and Tourism, as well as the Minister of Municipal Affairs, alongside the chairs and executive directors of all the other municipal combative sports commissions in the province. The Commission and the City have both long advocated for the establishment of a provincial combative sports commission to oversee combative sports in Alberta. All other provinces and states in the U.S. regulate combative sports at the provincial or state level. Alberta is the last jurisdiction to maintain municipal oversight of combative sports. The province is engaging in various municipal commissions in a consultation process, and while I believe it is too early to tell if this will result in the establishment of a provincial commission, I am nonetheless cautiously optimistic that the province may finally be looking at taking steps towards establishment of one. The Commission is in excellent financial standing currently. The Commission does not receive any tax revenue from the city and instead is self-funded through the holding of combative sports, with revenue generated from the fees in connection with permit and license applications, but also receives revenue through a portion of event ticket sales. As I mentioned earlier, the USC event in November had the highest grossing ticket sales of any non-pay-per-view event in North America to date. And as a result, the Commission's revenue for 2024 was $190,893. The significant influx of revenue, when added to the revenue received from past UFC events in 2017 and 2019, brings the total amount of funds that the Commission has in its account to $373,886. These funds give plenty of flexibility for the Commission to meet its budgeted expenditures, including officials training, Commission member training, and hopefully sending a delegation to the 2025 Association of Boxing Commission Conference, which is scheduled to be in New Orleans in August. Subject to any questions, that concludes my report. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude and appreciation to all my fellow Commission members and to our Executive Director, Forrest Gavins, for all their hard work and dedication towards achieving the Commission's mandate.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. And I'll see if there are any questions from colleagues or if there's someone who might want to move the recommendation in the report.
I'm happy to move. That was an excellent report.
Second.
Great. Thank you so much. So moved by Councillor Tang, seconded by Councillor Wright. That was a very thorough presentation, and I know I enjoyed reading through the report. So I don't have any questions. Councillor Tang, did you?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to just a few things that you mentioned really flag some interest, just in terms of your conversation with the province and kind of the potential direction that they may take. So following perhaps other jurisdictions, that would mean kind of a municipal level commission that would effectively replace the municipal level commission. Is that kind of what I'm hearing you talking about? The other?
As I said, it's a little early to tell, if the province is going to commit to the establishment of a provincial commission. Mm-hmm. Some of these preliminary discussions that the province has had with the various municipal commissions has explored that option, or alternatively maintaining municipal regulation with some higher level of oversight from the province. You know, alternatively, there's always the possibility that, you know, nothing might happen and that the status quo will remain. But that, as I said, you know, it's long been the commission, the Edmonton Combative Sports Commission's position that a provincial commission would be preferred.
Yeah. Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. And then your work plan is also really thorough. I guess I'm wondering, you know, I think I've heard about a few events just even this year, although I think maybe outside of the city. Is the commission seeing some of those opportunities coming up, given how, you know, how active 2024 was?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it was kind of a case of waiting for, you know, the you know, someone to make the first step to bring, you know, the sport back to Edmonton. Obviously, the River Cree Casino hosts a number of combative sporting events. However, that is outside the jurisdiction of the commission because it's not within the city of Edmonton proper.
Yeah, and then I guess just a final one, just on your budget. I mean, you're in a very healthy position. Like, what do you, I guess, typically do with that kind of?
Yeah. So as I said, you know, one of our things that we like to fund is officials training, meaning for room inspectors, referees, judges. You know, either by bringing in individuals to the city for the purpose of putting on instruction that anyone interested can attend. Alternatively, you know, we have subsidized or funded attendance outside the city for some of our local officials. For example, one of our referees in 2023 attended the conference that I mentioned, the Association of Boxing Commissions conference, by, you know, coming to us with a proposed plan for his attendance and enrollment in some further officials training. I also mentioned commission member training, specifically as an example of what that might entail. As I mentioned, the commission serves as an appeal body from decisions of the executive director. So in 2021, that was the year we established our formal appeal policy, and we had to hear an appeal. And at that point in time, nobody had administrative tribunal training. It just happens by coincidence at the time, 3 of our 7 members, including myself, were practicing lawyers. So we kind of, you know, got through the process by, you know, establishing a panel of 3 lawyers to hear this appeal. But after that, we took it upon ourselves to actually enroll the rest of the commission into formal administrative tribunal training. So that is something that I would like to probably have happen again, if not in 2025, then perhaps in 2026, primarily due to the fact that I think every member of the commission other than myself who went through that training in 2021 is no longer going to be on the commission as of the end of this term, which would be the end of April.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's great. Glad to hear some of those plans to, I guess, further improve, you know, some of the safety work that that you've been carrying on. So thank you for that. Nothing more.
Councillor Wright.
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, I'm just looking at, in attachment 2, talks about the administrative support is funded from community standards. You'd indicated that there's no sort of, there's no, besides the admin support that you receive, there's no other tax supported, city tax supported support.
Yes.
Okay, and I guess how often do you rely on Community Standards Branch to support you in your meetings and that?
Typically, in terms of admin support, just our monthly meeting.
Okay, okay. So, and that's live streamed as well, just like all of our other, okay. And I thought I had a question about the license fees, but I see that does come under revenue that you get for that. I was just wondering, is your projected gonna be more this year as well, because you might be getting, more events?
Yeah, I mean, the budget that we had put together in 2024, which we've more or less, adopted for 2025, was predicated upon the possibility of 2 to 3 events that would not obviously be to the same scale as a UFC event, because the revenue is, I believe it's 5% of ticket sales. So the UFC event that took place in November generated, I believe, $2.6 million in ticket sales. So 5% of that is where our revenue came from in 2024. But a significantly more modest number is what would be expected from non-UFC boxing and MMA events, where I think the realistic amount of revenue that we would see from ticket sales and license fees would be anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000. Okay. So it's at this point, as I said, we have one event scheduled for April 12th. Whether or not there are more than that remains to be seen. I think it's highly unlikely, if not a variable certainty, that the UFC wouldn't return to Edmonton very soon. I mean, they came in 2017, 2019, and now 2024. I think realistically they'll be back potentially in 2 to 3 years, but for 2025, not likely. 2026, maybe.
Okay. So not the big revenue that, or the smaller ones wouldn't provide the same revenue as what we saw there. Okay.
Yeah, they basically be probably an order of magnitude, if not 2.
Okay.
Orders of magnitude difference.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Not seeing further questions. If there's anyone to speak, please sign up now. If not, we'll go to Councillor Tang to close.
Not much, but just want to appreciate the work you're all doing, and thank you for thinking about succession. All really valuable, and appreciate every year. Appreciate your report back. Thank you.
Great. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette, are you still with us?
I am. My apologies.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for sticking with us this evening, Trevor. And again, just want to really appreciate the important regulatory role that the Commission plays, and look forward to ongoing conversations and future reports in subsequent years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. All right, everyone. We've made it to the end of the agenda. So bylaws, private reports, motions pending, none. Notices of motion, motions without customary notice